Okay, I'll have to go get my drink of water and stuff in a second. Hello, friends. I didn't want to delay a moment longer. I see that the fire in Ventura County is pretty dang nasty. The Lake Piru. Hope I'm saying that right. Lake Piru. But welcome, friends. Welcome. I just rushed home. C Probe called in a favor, and I had to help. Of course, I'm so grateful to him. But welcome, friends. Wish I could have been here sooner. It's very difficult to figure out when I can run errands or do anything. Seems like any time I do, when things are looking okay, as soon as I leave the house, something like this happens. So we'll monitor it now and see what's happening. Gosh, I'm still out of breath. I power walked home. Okay, so let's check it out. There's lots of aircraft. I know that. We'll look for a radio in a second. This is called the Felicia fire, I guess. And goodness, some of the images are kind of unbelievable. So Jeffrey M., hey, welcome, and thank you for being a member. And SB Responses, welcome. I tried to send you an email last night, and my Gmail was messing up. So I'll send it later today, but in a nutshell, it said, you're awesome, and welcome aboard. And later, when I get a couple of days to myself to prepare, of course, the new recruits who want to become mods, I'll walk you through the process. And, for now, still awesome to have you. You are great. Can you guys catch me up to speed on what's going on with the Felicia? Some of this is kind of nuts. Let's catch me up to speed. This is Fierce, I guess. The quick response team flew over it, actually. Watch Duty actually has their own YouTube channel. So I'm going to put the link right here in the description of the video. And Ann P., I was trying to reach you as well, and my messages bounced back. Same thing with Spyman. So I'm going to hope that that's just a temporary Gmail issue. And if it isn't, then I'll just start up a new email tonight. I don't know what else to do. Grumpy Gamer Guy, hey, welcome, says, oi, waiting at the ER. My house injured me. Oh, no, what happened? What happened? Okay, let's see this has no sound, this video. And it's got low resolution, but it's better than nothing. I know KTLA was flying over it in a helicopter, and they just uploaded a video. That's a lot of heat. What's the weather like down there, friends? Here you can see flames, and sometimes when you see little white dots flying up into the air, that's embers that you can't see with the human eye, only in the infrared spectrum on these infrared cameras. So I understand it's by the lake. That's a very short flight there. And they told people to campground to shelter in place briefly. Like, wow. It's a long story someday. Okay, all right, we'll just accept a big hug. Sorry, friends, didn't mean to mark the microphone. Accept big hugs. And we'll talk a little bit later. But yeah, what's been going on, guys? Go to 0:0:00. Start my timestamps. 3:40 p.m. All right. So, hey, Spyman, thanks for giving me a heads up. I was just saying that I tried to email you, and that didn't go through either. So I don't know if my email is broken or I have to make another one, but I'll talk to you later about it. I was also trying to say you're awesome, Spyman. And after you went to bed yesterday, there was a spy fire that broke out, and I was like, oh man, that one's named after you. So let's look at the watch duties summaries. So let's scroll down to the bottom. Firefighters responding to a vegetation fire with smoke on the cameras was at just before 1 p.m. Now, then 3 hours ago, also just before 1 p.m., the fire's 5 acres with rapid rate of spread, burning uphill per units that were arriving on the scene, and it crossed Piru Canyon Road. How do we say it, friends? And we've got a red flag just on the edge of where that is. It became 15 acres just after 105, or reportedly 15 acres. Sheriff's Office has been requested to assist evacuation of the campground at Lake Piru. per the copter overhead, 2 additional fixed-wing aircraft, and 1 additional helicopter requested. So this is when I didn't have the ability to check the phone for a bit. Then after about 1:15-ish, Incident Command requested that people at the campground just shelter in place. That was on the radio. So which radio can we tune in? I just want to read the summary real quick because it'll talk over me. Okay, yeah, SB, I'll do that if the email doesn't work again today. I'm hoping it was just a one-day fluke. It occasionally happens with Gmail, but it's happened more than I like, more than I'm comfortable with over the last couple weeks. Oh, thank you, friends. Hit the like button, please, if you could. I'll tweet that I'm live, and if you share the tweet, I would really be appreciative. Then they issued 2 hours ago, at about 1:30, evacuation order for the areas around Lake Piru Recreation Area, according to VenturaCountyEmergency.com, which we're about to look at. Then they put up the evacuation map there, and they said the order has been expanded, northwest corner of the lake area. And 2 hours ago, about just before 2 o'clock, it was 100 acres-ish, and burning on both sides of Pirate Canyon Road. Additionally, the Quick Reaction Force, which is 3 Type 1 helicopters and a helicopter coordinator, 2 super scoopers, and a very large tanker are en route. So we can see the current helicopter here. There's tanker 138, which is a C-130 Hercules. And they got big guns on this. And they said it was at 40-ish acres, backing down the southwest side for operations after about 2 o'clock, moving north and northeast direction overall. Several campgrounds and RV parks threatened. So we just watched the Quick Reaction Force video. Then 233 mapped at 240-ish acres by Firestone, actually is how they call it, the infrared plane. And they put the rough perimeter on the watch duty map. 1 hour ago, 5 additional engines requested. Immediate need by Incident Command for structure protection. That was the last thing I was able to see as I started to rush home. The fire has been mapped at 293 acres as of 3:15 p.m. Shoot. Just dropped that on the floor. Oh. I'm feeling way better, guys. Can you tell? I got sleep and the sinus infection is clearing. I feel like a new man. Like, I feel like I've been in a fog or a daze for a week. And I'm just like, clarity, So please note that the fire maps indicate the general burn area, but don't reflect, efforts to save individual structures and stuff within it. Spyman says, oh, Brian, hello, welcome. Spyman says red flag warning for Western Oregon Cascades, and Western Washington's Cascades until 8 p.m. And you got me until about that time, friends. So hold on to your butts. Here we go. This is your captain speaking. This is your captain speaking. Not mean that to be that loud, I'm sorry. But please, fasten your safety belts and remain seated. It's going to be a bumpy ride this afternoon. So good to see you again, Brian. Are you able to become a member? Can you see the join button? We're doing a donation drive for memberships. As if we raise 1,000, then by the 14th or 15th of October, then YouTube matches 1,000. So thank you. Hey, Christopher, welcome. Quite a lot actually is up. So let's put on Broadcastify, look at the radio. That'll be the best way to get an idea of what's going on. I've got a pre-made Ventura County Broadcastify dashboard. So, and I think Sunday, guys, will probably be the day that we have the official launch party. We're going to look at the peak fire and such as well. They're turned on right now, the memberships, and I did that because we're running out of time to raise a whole $1,000. So as people come and go, I wanted people to understand it. but it's the celebration and launch and explanation party of it, where you guys help me decide what we're going to do with memberships. I'm tentatively going to say that that might occur on Sunday. So let me know if that would work for you guys. So let me see here. I have to turn off Tuolumne County. We'll look at the peak fire in a bit. They have at least 10% containment on that. That's good. All right, where's Ventura County? There we go. Ventura County got it on Broadcastify. 445 people on Ventura County Fire channels 1, 2, 5, and 8. So that must be it. Let's press play. I'll try to adjust volume on the fly. I'm sorry if it cues up very loud the first time. Whoops, didn't mean to click that. Oh, this is the reporter. Oh, I didn't know you could click on them and see their biographies. Oh, cool. Watch Duty reporters are just awesome. So the evacuation area is, let's check out the map from, what's it been? Ventura County Emergency, ! So you can go to vcemergency.com and it's got everything you need to know about how to sign up for their alerts, if I remember right. Oops. Oh, it even has a weather page. That's a bee's knees. Cool. I assume it explains how to sign up for the emergency alerts. Should. Yeah, evacuation info, community. So the order is issued for all areas of Lake Piru Recreation Area, including Dominguez Canyon. That is the last on here about evacuations. So it's 300 plus acres at this time.
Staging area manager, operations come in.
Hey, the radio is alive.
Go for staging manager. Do you have any additional engines in staging?
SB, do you?
That's a negative, no additional engine. However, water tender 40 and utility 40 have just arrived. Okay, copy. Water tender 40 and utility 40 have been reported into structure group 2. Structure group 2 is newly formed. It's going to be in the Dominguez Canyon area, and they'll be operating on Fire 22, working for US 29. I copy that. Water tender 40, utility 40, going to structure group 2, EMS 29, Dominguez Canyon area, Fire 22. And that's affirmative. Break planning operations or IC operations. Come in.
Okay, I'll up that volume a tiny bit here. Okay, so thank you so much, guys, for putting information in the
IC operations.
information in the chat. Thank you, SB.
So we've instituted the second structure group. It will be structure group 2, led by EMS 29. They'll be operating on Fire 22 in the area of Dominguez Canyon. And
Okay.
currently they'll have water tender and utility 40 assigned to them.
Okay, we have a second structure protection group just being set up.
Go 147.
Step 147, engine 46 is also responding. They advise you can cancel, but I copy you're just a couple blocks out.
Yeah, we'll continue, Brandon, and then we'll cancel once they get on scene.
Enter.
Okay, SB, it won't be on Broadcastify. It'll be on low power tactical. Oh, okay. You know, I wonder if Sean's close enough to it. I don't know.
We're on scene. You guys can cancel, man.
He set up his own feed on Broadcastify. He's a ham hero, and he was showing us aircraft. He broadcasts a special aircraft response for the bridge fire right around September 11th for us. But Felicia is a little bit to the west. I wonder if that's possible. And I'm not sure, like, SB, does that require somebody to do a special feed? It's not on Broadcastify? Okay, thanks. I tried to send an email to...
Air attack or HELCO operations on the command channel.
Okay. Yeah, email's acting weird. Okay, let's change that here. And if he could set a special feed up on the fly, that would be amazing to hear the air traffic. Because that's the best way to get information. I mean, ground crews won't say much of anything on Castify. It'll be mostly dispatch, which is not going to be relevant at this point. Not that relevant. So let me see if we can reach out to Sean, and please work email. And oh, yeah. What? Is that the right Sean? Sean Myers? Oh, okay. That's a different person. That is. How many Seans do I know? Okay. All right, hang on. I'm looking for the one who does radio. He. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Let's work. Let's work. Now we did have KTLA over the fire, so let's look for KTLA's.
Then paramedic 663 clear and available.
Yeah, I saw this one briefly, so I can't. I'm going to put this in the chat. I can't show you the whole thing. You know, I don't have permission to rebroadcast. But here's earlier KTLA aerial footage of the fire, and boy, is that looking ugly. That's when I went, whoa. Yeah, SB says I wish I could get a feed up, but I'm like 3 hours from there, and my antenna is not that good. Stanley, oh, you are okay. Okay, no worries about that. We have other people we can reach out to possibly, and well, we just got to roll with what we got. But yeah, it's looking nasty. What time was this uploaded? This was uploaded about 1 hour ago, and this is showing the crazy raging fire going up the hill, moving towards the north and northeast from the west side of the shore, as best I could tell. That gives you a great idea about the rugged terrain. Like, oftentimes you just let it burn up to the top of hills and just protect structures. And what else can you do? You can't really put it out and on the sides of a steep canyon slope. Might be good for the bushes to burn off anyway. It's just not good when it becomes a raging monster.
Request schedule 31 public service 4398 Golf Course Drive.
You don't want it to spread into more populated areas where it will spread much at all during red flag. So we've got retardant ropes right there. It's very pale. You can see retardant. Red lines right here. So this is some risky flying to lay it down right there with a mountain right back there. If pilots can't see, they could just slam right into it. So they got to work around the smoke. But I've never been to this area, so if you guys have local knowledge and can share about that, that'd be wonderful. I don't know how exactly it started. I'm not sure anybody does, but please let me know if you got an idea. So looks like it may have just precursory here. It was burning down along the shore and then raced the hill up there. Just eyeballing this. Let's see. Man, what a smoggy, hazy day. It also depends the clarity of the image about how far away the camera is. So the more the camera has to zoom and go across the landscape, then the more smog and haze that it has to film. So,
Aircraft cancellation.
hey, Brayton, Butterfly, welcome. Oh, air attack.
What's the request for relief lead plane?
We do have a bit of air attack.
Copy air attack, canceling request for lead plane.
Oh, no, not air attack. That was just air attack talking to dispatch. Okay. So we've got the Tanker 169. That's one of those medium, I don't know if they would call it a VLAN.
Air attack, just confirming that was a cancellation for the relief lead plane. Air copy lead
plane relief.
Cancellation of the request to release the lead plane. I guess that means the lead plane's sticking around. Okay, I don't know if these are type 1s or 2s, these 4-engine but somewhat small tankers. I think it's a type 2, but the C-130 Hercules was 1, and I don't see where it went. That was buzzing around here. So let's look at our cameras. Let's see. I'm sure the time lapse is going to be spectacular. How are you guys? How are you friends? I know it's like, oh God, not another fire down here. Just stay calm. Just stay calm. Hopefully the wet season will come soon, but man. Okay, why is this taking a long time to load? Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay? Okay, that's a lot of cameras that it's over to the right. Alright, hopefully the Edge browser won't crash, but after its latest update, it's been a little unstable. I'm gonna baby it here. Where are the images? South Mountain East. Haze. Oh, oh. Phew, okay. Let's see what our camera is. Best camera. That's totally smoked in. TV Hill. Gorman. This one's the bridge fire down there. Bald Mountain. Whitaker. That is our best cam. Glacier 2 is completely smoked. Goodness. South Mountain East for check. Gracious. I'll check the other Ventura County scanners in a second. Those are still down there. Ah, heck, let's look at Watch Duty. They've probably got a preview. If they just have it, oh, here it is. Whitaker Ridge 1. Got it. Let's look at Whitaker Ridge 1. I would have never guessed. All right, well, let's do a 3-hour time lapse. There's traffic. And you can see the smoke drifted over. It's got to be what that is up on the top. Does it pivot? Did I click on the right one? Is there more than one? What the heck? All right, so why on Whitaker Ridge 1? Oh, it's number 2. Geez, okay. Whitaker 2. The other cameras are not looking at the fire because they're looking for new ones. Okay, 3-hour time lapse. Oh, it's behind the hill there. So here it is. I don't know if we'll have a direct view. Maybe it's the other side, but we'll find that out by putting the camera on the map and the beam, and then see if any other cams are on the other side of this one. Okay, wind. Look at that wind. Show on the map. So Whitaker Ridge 2. Oh, this little guy right here. Yeah, okay. It looks so small on the map, but it looks so big. It looks so big from the helicopters and such. So, yeah, we don't have much in the way of cameras looking that direction. Let's see, not that one, that one. So, Oat Mountain South 1 might sort of, maybe. Oat Mountain South 1. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the way, but this is still valuable. You can see just how quickly the wind and such are pushing that smoke away. Yikes. Makes sense because it's so dry. Yeah, hey, welcome, Butterfly. I think I If you emailed me, I think I got that. But my email's been down. I couldn't reply to anybody from yesterday. SB Responses says they have RX burns here, but not in the fire season. Yeah. It's hard to because it just wants to run. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Thank you for linking the Watch Duty link in the chat. Now, what cams were best if you've been watching them? Butterfly, is it? These are the only two that I think can kind of see it at the moment. See, okay. Oh, my watch is on the charger. I've got to go get it because with Watch Duty, I have these noise canceling headphones on. The Watch Duty is supposed to vibrate on my wrist because I can't hear it very well on the phone. Excuse me, let me go get that. Okay, it's mostly charged up, but that didn't work very well. I was supposed to go to the airport to pick somebody up tonight, but
Yeah, I see operations command.
duty calls. Duty calls.
For your awareness and for all resources assigned to the incident, we currently have RA-26 assigned their stage at the top of the oil derrick that runs through the middle of the fire. They'll be available to respond into any of the divisions if needed.
Oil derrick.
I copy RA-26, and that's for any IWI that we might possibly have.
Yikes.
That's affirmative. Break RA-26 operations command.
Yeah, it does say Whitaker Ridge 1 was on it at 12, just before 1 p.m. So maybe I just need to do
RA-26 operations command.
a longer time lapse on Whitaker 1. Just, okay. Yeah, look how it looked pretty nuclear, just pretty instantaneously. Okay, let's, I'm going to make a new tab group for this one, the Felicia. I keep wanting to call it the Piru. It's Lake Piru. Let's go Whitaker Ridge.
Rescue ambulance 26 operations command.
This is the 6-hour time lapse then. So zoom. See what I mean? Like, it's on watch duty is Whitaker Ridge 1,
Operations from RA-26.
but we don't have that view. That's confusing.
Dedicated 41 public service, 3229 Bluebird Circle.
Isn't it? Whitaker Ridge 2 there. Whitaker Ridge 1, exactly like 12:53. Ah, weird. Really weird. Let's just go to the timestamp. Okay, 12:53. Maybe it pivoted for just a moment. Yeah, it did, just for a moment. Aha. So we'll play it right there. Yeah, okay, got it. I'm not crazy. As much as we thought. Okay. All right. So any clear view of the fire right now? I just don't know that we have one. These other cameras are looking elsewhere. And we might have to be a little bit dependent upon the media then if we can't just kind of watch them. I was hoping we'd have more radio. Spider-Man says check out Strawberry 1 on the Peak Fire in a moment. Yeah, we got to check on the Peak Fire. And a couple others just to like check on Oregon because we've got red flag in Oregon too. Hold on to your butts, friends. Hold on to your butts. Oh, Butterfly, thank you for letting me know about this. By the way, Pinole Ridge. Yes, of course, Pinole. That makes more sense with the pronunciation. Just started to smoke, and I see houses. Okay, is that a cam? Is that a cam? Oh, that's a different fire, right? I mean, that's Bay Area. I don't see anything. Is there a this like a backyard fire? Okay, did this get named? Because, yeah, this is somebody's backyard brush fire in the Bay Area. And it looks like the smoke is dissipated. Yeah, these cameras have AI. When a human is not really, there are humans that have a control booth kind of a look to multiple images, but AI will turn them when they detect a smoke column. And then a human is alerted, as far as I know how this works. And then they make sure the cameras are looking at an actual fire, and then oftentimes they get reported right after that. So, yeah, this one, though, is in.
FedEx Truck 5 Public Service, 4717 Telephone Road.
Yeah, that looks like it's fine. Let's go verify. Yeah, it was called Evora. No? What? Watch duty. Oh, yeah, it's least concern now. It's been taken off of the, or maybe it wasn't even listed, but it says Evora fire after 11 p.m. No, that's not it. I would say that's fine. I think that's fine. We got to check out the peak fire as well. Want to make sure that we're not missing something terrible here. It's the west shore of the lake and all the recreation area. Yeah, it's evacuation level 3. I just would like to know if they got the campers out who are supposed to shelter in place for the moment. I don't see an update on Watch Duty about that. So are they okay? You know, I don't hear anything on the radio that's like, let's go rescue people. I would like to know if they're all right. Spinny Dude, welcome. How are you doing? Hey, SoCal Squatcher, good to see you too. Yeah, we'll look Spy Man at the peak in just a second. But I hope that makes you feel better, Butterfly. I just sent you what I saw when you were sleeping. Yeah, thank you. You did send me the email. I was unable to reply due to email being down. And if this persists one more day, I'm just going to make a new email for the channel, and the old one will be active, of course. But this is ridiculous, you know. Spyman says the 2 cams at the ski resort on Mount Bachelor show a lot of smoke. The little lava fire came back to life. Oh God. Okay. New fire, the Evans fire in Nevada County.
Will handle a snake call in place of Huntington 41. It's 452, sick person.
Yeah.
Alicia Village 3 Unit 226.
Evans. Oh, great. 3 minutes ago it started. Thank you for letting me know. It's 2 acres in Yuba County by Frenchtown. Uh-oh. This is, oh man, Oregon House, Frenchtown, and Dobbins. Okay. That's my neck of the woods. I grew up around there, so yikes. 2 acres in grass with single tree torching, the Evans fire, and a moderate rate of spread per air attack. 1 structure immediately threatened. That looks nasty. Moderate rate of spread. Resources en route. View from Oregon Peak 2. Yeah, it's called Oregon Peak, even though it's California, because.
Unit 63, re-advise the call you're responding to.
The call Leisure Village, please. 452.
Enter, copy.
Gold Rush gold miners from Oregon were some of the first to reach the gold fields of California even before the 49ers, because gold was discovered in 1948, and they had to come over, and it took a year to go around South America. So guys from Oregon just came down, and they named stuff Oregon this and Oregon that, like Oregon House, the town, and over by Oroville. So there's a bunch of Oregon this and Oregon that cameras. It gets really confusing. But Oregon House is known in the area. That's nasty. Let's look at that cam real quick. We'll go on to the next. We got whack-a-mole today. Oregon Peak 2. Yep, the Oregon Peak 2 cam. Last 15 minutes. Nasty. That looks really intense. So this also has the hallmarks of a possible backyard type fire, or right on a road next to somebody's backyard. It's rural neighborhood. They've got a lot of flammable piney kind of trees. Oops, no, not Oregon Peak 1, Oregon Peak 2. Okay. So it's looking to the west-southwest. Smoke column going to the right of the screen. Let's do my cheat thing. West-southwest. We're looking west, southwest, smoke going to the right of the screen, so it's going basically wind blowing that smoke to the northwest. Huh. To the northwest, I guess. Yeah, northwest, northwest. All right, let's we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you. Looks like they got helicopters. They've got roads. They've got good road access. I think that they got a good chance of catching that, but we'll have to wait and see if they issue an evacuation alert. So it's moderate rate of spread, 3 acres. So hopefully that is okay. Otherwise, there's people I got to call on speed dial and be like, dude, look out. If you do know anybody around Oregon House or Dobbins, it would be a good idea to call them and let them know about this immediately. So our mod RJ Walters is sort of in the region, but I think he's far enough away right now to be all right. But I will be dialing him, and he'll be one of those on speed dial, like, hey, guys, if that moves an inch. Okay, it's beautiful up there.
I see operations.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at we're still listening to what's going on with the Felicia fire. Let's listen a second.
I got a screenshot of the fill information for the resources we ordered. I'd like to continue the Tulare Lima strike team, but the one that was still outstanding, we could cancel that request for the second Lima. Copy that. Cancel the request for the second Lima strike team. Continue Tulare.
Wait, that's a good sign. Canceling.
Yeah, affirmative, and to talk with Plant House, we're going to meet up here pretty soon, but likely we'll end up engaging 2 Charlie strike teams tonight, saving 2 tomorrow, and then probably the same with the golf. Copy that. Yeah, he's en route to you with about a 1 hour ETA.
Okay. Okay, that's good information. Perfect. I'm feeling better about the Felicia now. He said we're canceling a request for a second engine, the best I can make out of that crackly radio, guys. And he said 2 Charlie strike teams will utilize tonight, and they want a Charlie Golf strike team for tomorrow. Okay. Retired Fire Captain John Brito gave me a booklet that explains what all of those are, but we don't have time exactly to read that right now. Or I'd be happy to explain what those are. Thanks, Spinny Dude, for letting me know about the Evans fire. I have to make sure that Watch Duty is functioning on my phone. There's something that messed up with this. Okay, the Evans fire. Okay, that's the one that's over there by Dobbins and Oregon House. We have no evacuation calls yet, but it looks like a nasty. I don't know if a structure is actually on fire, but whatever is up there by Dobbins and Oregon House is messed up. Let's look at Strawberry Camp for the peak.
Everything that was south, they got worked by 6 things holding good. We have crews engaged and let their break.
I didn't make that.
The only area we have some activity on Vision Alpha right now is going to be along the road. You kind of scout station. Got a crew engaged down there working a contingency line down to the waterway, looking to fire that once they get all connected between the waterway and the road. Division Zulu. Yeah, I copy. Alpha, you broke off.
I'm having trouble understanding because of my sinus infection has got my ears unable to pop. If you guys understand things better than me, please let me know in the chat. We're taking a quick look at the peak as well. We don't have very good images of the Felicia, so we're listening to its radio. You sent me 2 screenshots. Thank you. Okay.
Operations, I see. On command. I see. Go ahead. Just 451 Matthew Street.
Let's do a 12-hour time lapse of the peak fire. This thing.
Do any more order, do you think, or are they good with just the IA4 staying available? It would be my recommendation that they do not need to do that. There's only a small portion of the fire, I believe, that's made its way into the FRA. Otherwise, the bulk of the fire is on the SRA, and the ordering point will remain Ventura County. Okay, yeah, I copy. Just wanted to make sure, if we had any, kind of anticipation of more of a Fed mission that we need to kind of get those folks engaged. So I appreciate the info. The only other thing that I would think of or propose, and I bounce this off you, but what's your feelings on opening up any contingency lines within federal DPA out ahead of the fire?
Okay.
It's, yeah, if you police air attack aircraft information. Beneficial, yeah, definitely look at that. Okay, all the dozers on scene are currently engaged. As we get additional, I believe we should have at least 3 more dozers responding. We'll start evaluating it. Okay, that copy. Yeah, and I know at the potholes, the Pirate Canyon Road is open, and then not sure, you probably know better than I would about Dominguez Canyon and around all those structures and stuff. But yeah, anything in there that you think would be beneficial, let's get that going. Okay, that's exactly where our dozers are operating right now. And then the next VNC that arrives, we'll have them start opening up Lime Canyon Road, and then Lima next shows up, we'll start working contingency lines 7 north.
Okay. Lima.
Yeah, I know it's a given, but anything that does get into the Fed, if you could just get that on the map, so we can get it repaired if need be. I copy, and we capture the current footprint of the fire mapped on the flat. Police air attack aircraft information.
Okay, they're releasing aircraft with per copter. I'm not quite sure what they.
Police air attack aircraft information. Police air attack, go ahead, Ventura. Tanker 169 is released on base, Santa Maria. Tanker 167, load and hold back to Fox. Empty.
Okay. All right. That's a good sign. They're releasing some of the tankers to load and hold. So some of the tankers need to go back to the airport down there on the Felicia fire.
Ventura copies, police air attack. Tanker 169 released to San Marino. Tanker 167 released to Fox. Empty.
Okay, tankers 169 and 167 are released. Good. That's they're canceling their request for one more engine.
Alpha on Command 8.
Hang on,
Alpha, go ahead.
I'll get a word in a sec.
We broke on the last transition. I'm not sure if you copied the command. Bring some fire from the waterway up to the road near the pump station where the cell towers are at. Yeah, affirmative. Copy. Gate grant. Well, as requested, just give me a heads up when you guys are going to start that operation. Agreed. We're looking to do the 13th Street, Laguna Road. Okay, I copy. And it'll just be from Pirate Canyon Road down to the lakes, correct?
Hey.
Some of the additional islands would probably work on the way out on Pirate Canyon Road and bring to the north side, the west side of the road. That could help us for running this up. Okay, I copy. Approved.
Hey, that's a great sign, friends. I hope I can get a word in now. So,
Operations license, come in.
okay, just one moment.
Go ahead. Yeah, you broke off on your last about when we were discussing the equipment. Was there further to say? No further, just advising you that we have dozers operating in road, and then we'll start working on contingency lines north of the main fire. Okay, copy all. Thank you.
Okay, can I talk now?
Just a very small portion of the fire is making its way onto federal DPA. I see, copy.
Oh, can I actually talk? Okay. All right, so we're looking back at the Felicia fire, which is at Lake Piru or Piru, however you say that, in Ventura County.
Planning operations, operations command.
All right, I'll keep taking notes. Hold on, friends. We'll summarize in a sec.
We're planning ops. Why did you touch base. Does that location make sense to you where I'm at?
Yeah, 400. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the well wishing.
We'll contact you when we get up to the Telescope Station.
Hi, Rube.
Okay, Bill. Ventura Medic 442 clear. Get to the hill of the fire, just keep an eye to the left and you'll see that road that runs mid-slope.
There's a 1 hour time lapse of it. Look, I think it's looking better. The smoke is much reduced, and so they're releasing units and they're doing a plan right now. So we have to listen to everything they say. That'll give us the best idea of what's about to happen. But they told the aircraft to go back to their airports and to load retardant. Like be ready to fly, but stay there, stay on the ground. So that's a great sign. Look how much the smoke is reduced from earlier. They said they're holding a road.
Ventura, you call it police station.
Oh.
Felicia, I see affirmative.
Breaking news.
Did you want to still cancel one?
Breaking news. Breaking news, guys. Hang on.
Stand by.
Evans Fire, level 3 evacuation. Go now.
Operations, IC, command.
Yeah. Organ House people, Frenchtown.
IC operations. Both Lima requests have been filled. Do you still want to cancel one?
Ugh.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? The request for the Limas has been filled. Do you still want to cancel one or continue? Both Lima requests have been filled. We'll just continue them for now. Copy. Thank you, Briggs. Ventura, did you copy that last?
Ventura copies.
Yeah, IC operations.
All right.
Go ahead.
We got to switch to this one real fast. So come on. Tell us what's going on.
Confirm if the MRB has been ordered for the incident. Affirmative, stand by.
Well, one's looking better, one's looking a lot worse. Guys, Yuba County, call your people, let them know in the Frenchtown, Organ House, Dobbins area, Bullard's Bar. This one is getting bad in the neighborhood. So, it was a vehicle fire. I missed that here at the Evans up in Yuba County. So, everybody northeast and north of the Organ House, like intersection of what roads are these? Frenchtown Road and Marysville Road. That would be where the fire is probably trying to spread due to the wind. It's the smoke column is going sort of towards the north, best I could tell, north and northeast. We're going to listen to the Felicia fire.
If the mobile retardant list has been ordered for this incident.
One moment. I'm getting up another dashboard. We're going to switch to the feed of Yuba County if we have one.
Felicia, I see the overtime base has not been ordered.
Copy, thank you. Break. Operations, did you copy? The MRB has not been ordered for the incident. Would you like to request?
Let's see. Northern California major incident. That's not it. Okay. Create dashboard for Yuba and Sutter counties. Create dashboard. Let's. I'm getting up the feed. Spinny, do you know? Do you know of anyone know a radio for the Evans? I need a radio for the Evans fire. Let's see. Yuba County Sheriff, Wheatland Public Safety. Yeah, we'll add that to the dashboard. I don't know if that will be it, but we have breaking news. It's a level 3 evacuation. Level 3 evacuation at Oregon and Dobbin. Oregon House.
Confirming Taker 4-1 has been held San Bernardino.
1 second.
Return in San Bernardino, empty, or placed on a hold.
Ventura copies.
Fire.
Yeah, I see operations.
Okay.
Command.
The hell is...
Operations, go ahead.
We'll look at our...
If you had traffic from you, missed it. Wasn't sure if you were able to get back on the MRB update. Ventura advises that the request for the MRB has not been placed. Would you like to place the order for the MRB? Stand by for right now. We will end up requiring nighttime water drop in your aircraft, but let me get confirmation on the mobile retardant base. I see copies. Holding on the mobile retardant base. Additional, there's a note from the copter manager that the MRB is available out of Del Val.
Okay, I'm about to turn that off.
Copy. Can you guys go direct with the Calfire ARIP to shore that up, and if they're good with that, we will take the MRB. Stand by. Just turn off Felicia airtime.
Okay, the Felicia Fire. I am muting right now because we have the level 3 evacuations going on right now in Yuba County, so that's breaking news. So I do think that I may have a radio for it, but if you guys know, please let me know in the chat. If any of you want to monitor what's going on with the Felicia right now, because they're making their plans, please listen to it and let me know about what's going on. So I'm just going to put the link to monitoring the Felicia fire at Ventura County here in the chat. So Felicia, Ventura County. If you guys, one of you could, at least one of you, please monitor that. We're going to switch over to the sketchy situation going on in the Yuba County, Bullards Bar area, where they just, it looks like a vehicle fire spread to a yard, and one structure was threatened. I don't know if it was saved or not, but now they're just calling for level 3 evacuations. We'll be checking that out right now, and it looks much better on the Felicia. I just want to quickly read why we're having better situation on Felicia. We just did a rewind of the time lapse. The smoke is dissipating. They have good road access. They're holding a road. They canceled one engine that was responding, something Canyon Road. They broke up there. They put their tankers released, and they're holding. They're loading up with fresh, retardant, but they're just supposed to wait on the tarmac if they're needed. So that's also a good thing. Only a small part of it's on federal lands, so now they're trying to contact the feds to see if they need to get involved. They're going to put contingency lines for the Piru Lake, Felicia fire on fed land, and so they're calling them up. But they're just saying that things are going pretty well. They're setting up a mobile retardant base, and they'll have nighttime aircraft requested. But they're even canceling some incoming units like engines. So I think the situation for the moment has completely stabilized on the Felicia fire, but all hell just broke loose in Yuba County. So we'll click on that right now. We look back. Hey, Moo Cow, welcome. Man, we gotta get you a membership here. That one's close to you. Oh, okay. Brittany Davidson. Oh, hi there. I'm a Davidson. Glad I decided to watch. Got family in Dobbins. I know. I didn't know there were other Davidsons in the area. I mean, there always are. It's a common last name, but I mean that's kind of cool, So 400 blows. It's good to have you back. Late tuning in is the Piru in Ventura County. Yep, at Lake Piru. So what just blew up here is Yuba County. So let's do a quick 1 hour time lapse. The Oregon Peak 2 cam. I want to know why they are issuing the level 3 evacuations for Yuba County. Let me turn on one of the radios and see if I'm on the right one. And thank you for monitoring right now the Piru for me. We're going to look at the peak, of course. It's got a 10% containment, but this is like just breaking out. So I've got Yuba County Sheriff and Wheatland Public Safety on. Let me try to add a feed. If you guys know about Okay, I'm sorry, that was very loud. Okay. If you guys know about a feed for the Yuba County area, please let me know. So we'll try and see if they have an evacuation.
County 41.
541.
Evac.
9673, Firestone Dobbins.
10-4.
Okay, just wait a second.
46.
Calfire, Placer County, Yuba County, and Marysville. Let's turn that on at the same time.
4.
One moment, friends. Now the beam here,
522.
let's do a cross beam.
522.
With 720, I'm going to be 10-8 up to the fire.
10-4.
Okay, we got Oregon Peak 2, Siler,
County 537.
Oregon
537.
House.
10-8, double 707, around fire.
Street map.
10-4.
Okay, that one's better. Please load. Don't crash. Don't crash. Okay. Edge browser. Oh, I hope they fix their bugs. This latest one we've been struggling with. It's become unstable with the latest update. Brand new features, but now with more instability. Okay, so we're laser beaming here to see which roads that is. It's basically, come on, we can't zoom anymore. In between Scott and Clark Hill, just to the west there. So this is Marysville Road that goes like so. It's a big highway.
County 46.
546.
I believe that's Oregon House.
Nobody home. 14465 Seward. I'll be out at 14476 Seward.
10-4.
Okay. Do a 1 hour time lapse.
County 541.
541.
Residents are aware. Sheltering in place.
Ugh.
10-4.
All right, we got them sheltering in place. What we're listening to now is Calfire, NEU, Placer County, Yuba County, Marysville, and the second feed is Yuba County Sheriff and Wheatland Public Safety. So they're both playing at the same time. One of them's being active, but I can't. Yeah, Yuba County Sheriff, Wheatland Public Safety. I'm gonna text RJ right now, friends, and make sure he knows about things in the area. Look at our current cam. Yeah, we got the aircraft. This is live, and I'll just let it refresh.
County 541.
41.
9597 Frenchtown Dobbins. They're aware. Sheltering in place.
10-4.
Apparently, it's all right to shelter in place over there.
50941. Follow that. You still want me to respond to the Vavasur way, or you want to hold on that? Why don't you just go up and talk to her and let her know the situation? Yeah,
509 County.
509.
502 is going to give you a 21.
Over.
Oh, thank you, Spinny.
531.
531.
And I'm headed up the hill.
10-4.
West Placer County. Okay.
County 46.
546.
Definitely.
The folks here are going to grab a few things and leave the area.
10-4.
All right.
Units 1 are covering 558, go ahead.
14854, shelter in place, 1 adult.
10-4.
County 47.
546.
I also spoke with the gentleman from 14370, Seward, and he's going to help the folks out here, and then him and his wife are going to be leaving.
10-4, they're going to be helping 14476. 10-4.
Paper.
Okay, I can't find Spinny to add to. I found it. Never mind.
10-4.
I found the way to add it to the dashboard, Spinny. Thank you. I got to turn back on. We may have air attack, I imagine, for the Evans fire. I got all 3 playing. So we got Uva.
County 46.
We got all 3 of these feeds playing.
County 46. I'm going to be at 14462.
All right, let's go to Oregon House.
41 Battalion 7 Bravo, sir. Available station 40 first
10-4.
2384, 1645.
Okay, so Marysville Road, Frenchtown Road, that was what it was. So it's at Frenchtown, the neighborhood, historic. And let's see, on watch duty, where did they put it? Yeah, so what we have under evacuation is 1,000 Trails Campground. Everything from the intersection of Oregon House, the Oregon House intersection of Marysville Road and Frenchtown Road, all the way up to, what's that?
Sally, go ahead.
Almost all the way to Forsyth. Ow, my ears. Okay, it's almost all the way to Forsyth. So Marysville Road to Forsyth, in the Frenchtown neighborhood. Okay, let's do a refresh and see if we got new information.
42,
Yeah, this is called the Oregon House area by Dobbins, Frenchtown, and Oregon House. This is a gold rush, you know.
2329, Table Mountain Crew 1.
558.
Units 1 are covering 558, go ahead.
All over the place. Been notified or evacuated.
10-4.
Okay. So, yeah, Tony.
County 46.
Go ahead.
SC&I show water tender 6591, water tender 65.
And he's going to call a neighbor for a ride. He's advised to contact us if he can't get a ride.
10-4.
I copy that. I'll get back to you on that. And then requesting additional 4 Type 3 agencies.
Additional Type 4.
509 VA1.
They're requesting additional Type 4 what?
509.
Right.
Do you want me to take one of the hard closures so that one of your other hard units can do the vax? That would be great, thank you.
Right.
Tibor, I can replace Dilligrees if you want. Tibor. 62509, when you get relieved, just patrol this interior area where it's been evacuated. Yeah, affirmative.
1648.
Draft Valley, 2383. 509, Paul 54. Go ahead. You have about 3 or 4 more units coming to you. Where do you want it? Confirm 1144, 5 corner. Why don't you just hang out in the Oregon House Dobbins area for now? They got a pretty good handle on it, and we can go ahead and reduce
Code 1, if anyone's going code 3.
Cancel 4 at
Phew. Okay.
9-1501.
Good.
They got a good handle on it.
Affirmative, air support continues to hold at water's edge.
Upward, thank you.
Oh, okay. Ah. Okay, it looks like they might just reduce the evacuation order. They said they're getting a good handle on it. Ah, hallelujah. Jeez. So, yeah, 4 additional engines requested, but 1 copter has been canceled a few seconds ago. Liam Winstead from Watch Duty is on it, man. So, wow, I thought things must have been getting much worse for it to call level 3. I'm glad that they erred on the side of caution. So, yeah, 400 blows. This is Evac County. It's up in the foothills. So, everybody knows the Bullards Bar Reservoir. Now, we'll go back and look at the Felicia, too. I want to get a kind of an update here. Yeah, thank God. Mook houses, thank God. Yeah, hello, helicaskets. Oh, that's all right, Tony. The whole point of this channel is to help people, not to be egotistical or whatever. Okay, that hurt my ears. Hang on, I'll mute that for a second. It's the whole idea is to help people. I really don't care about rebroadcasting as long as anybody just shows link love, says please come here and subscribe or at least like this stream. The only thing I'd be upset about is if people try to make money off my broadcast, like that was their motivation, or they were trash talking us or something like that. That's, of course, I mean, just assume you have permission just to spread the word and help the public. If somebody has bad motivations, though, they better watch out, and I'll tear them to pieces. But no, I'm not a jerk. So, all right, friends, I'm feeling a lot better about this. Now let's go check and whack-a-mole. Let's look back real quick at the Evans, or the Evans we're on. We'll look back at the situation. You have me until about 7:30 to 8ish, friends, when that's about when the red flags expire. But we're going to whack-a-mole because it's a red flag kind of a day. And
41.
look at Oregon too, but these are our priorities. Excuse me.
Family's on scene. Get the RP out. B10 from here.
Let's do a Oregon House. Excuse me. 1 hour time left.
County 46.
Yeah, that got nasty.
46.
I hope the structure.
14393 Seward.
Yeah, we're gonna turn the rate off. For the we're gonna turn the rate off for Yuba County. So unless things change, I think the situation's stabilized. Hallelujah, man. Yuba Butte County, you guys don't need any more crap. You don't need any more nerves here. So this area can be pretty bad. It can spread really quickly. The pine domination of the foliage here means it's extremely flammable and it's always really dry in these hills. And what you want is oaks everywhere. They're fire resistant trees, but these torch and throw embers long distance and light each other on fire. The piney and madrone kind of stuff that's up here, manzanita-esque kind of bushes. So the vegetation up at Oregon House, Dobbins, and the Bullard's Bar stuff is a far cry totally different from just a little bit south at Browns Valley, Smartsville, Timbuktu, where it's mostly oak. So you got mostly oak and stuff right down here, but you go up a little bit towards the reservoir and it says pine dominated. It changes. So this is not too far away from Oroville, where the Thompson fire was, and the Butte County border is right there, for where the Paradise was way up. This is Paradise right here. Excuse me. This is the park fire footprint there from earlier. This is why everybody's on edge. I mean, some suspected. arsonist lit the Thompson fire who was trying to get a job as a firefighter. Well, we'll play that, my reaction video to that next. Like, I want to show you guys the crazy prosecutors. If we can get a moment here. The prosecutors were explaining how that fire started and why they made the arrest. Whoop, watch duty. Savage fire at Sheridan, Oregon. Knockdown in mop-up for radio traffic. Good. It's extremely dry here, and I think I'm in red flag. Let's go look at the map. But the Park Fire is arson. This Thompson Fire was arson, and Butte County doesn't need more crap. I'm half surprised that the crowd didn't beat that guy to death. He was walking away from the Park Fire, but people were busy running for their own lives, and maybe they're just. I would just think that not the people who witnessed it, but the concept. This county has been so traumatized. They don't need this crap. Okay, so let's look back to the Felicia, and let's look at the live view down at Lake Piru. Let's do 30 minutes. Let's see, go back to the chat, friends. Moocow says, yeah, that's right where the vegetation transitions. Yeah. And Tony, I'm going to give you a link real quick. I want to add you to, can you please link your Twitter real quick? I'm going to make you a mod for 5 seconds so you can do that. And then I'll follow you if I'm not already on the Twitter. I forgot to tweet those live. Crap. Okay. Whoops. I'm going to need a drink. Water. Water. But that's the Piru down there looking better. Looking so much better. I think with these two fires, the Felicia / Piru Lake and what happened up there at the Evans, considering we got red flag conditions, that was masterful response and a quick pounce. Our heroes are on point today, and man, we salute them. Okay. Oh, Sweet Robe made me some applesauce, homemade applesauce. Yeah, I'm having that. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. God, I wish I could share this with you guys. Whoa. A neighbor of his gave like 3 huge bags of Granny Applesmith apples. So we're like, what do we do with that? He's like, I know what to do with that. So apple pancakes for breakfast. He made like a giant pile of them. God, I wish I could invite you all over to enjoy it. And then this incredible applesauce and apple pie. Oh. All right, that'll keep our blood sugar going. Nice, healthy snack. Phew, Tony Risbo says, oh, I'm not making you a mod. Only a mod can share links. No. And it's only for 5 seconds after you share the link to your own Twitter, because I just want to shout you out because you're awesome. Yeah. Being a mod on this channel is particularly hard because there's so many traumatized people and so many that, especially at night, turn to drinking for feeling how to cope, So yeah, police modding is an advanced and difficult duty, and I'm going to actually host a class to train the new police force. It's much easier now to mod though, and not have to deal with too many trolls. YouTube actually just put some new features in to make it better. It was just abysmally hard to track trolls and get rid of them, but now you can click on their name and there's a history of all their bad behavior. And people can just go, oh, you're gone. Apple butter. Yes, it's like an apple butter and sauce. Oh, and it's sweet. It's what was in this ingredient? He looked it up off the internet, so I'll pass it on to you guys. No, I know it's a work day and a lot of people are going to go. It's 5, but I think Sunday, friends, Sunday, let's do an actual launching the memberships party. If we can get, um, um, if oh, well, do post a link, Tony, to your Twitter, or you can message me on Twitter if you want, if you're more comfortable with that. There's a countdown now. If you put your link to yourself here, I'm gonna try to drive people to follow you on the X. Least I can do for you, helping the public. I would love a chain of rebroadcasting just so we reach as many people as possible. Just a simple link love request and it'd be awesome. Okay. If people rebroadcasted us on Rumble and that too, excuse me, friends, I need a napkin. I just want to reach as many as possible. Twitch is something that I've wanted to double broadcast to, but moderating Twitch would be a living nightmare unless I had a lot of people familiar with it. It's meant for gamers and kiddos. But guys, if we raise $1,000 through memberships, please hit the join button if you can see it. If you're on iPhone, you can't. But for $1.99, you can be a member. Please try that out for a month. And then we'll do special sneak peek and behind the scenes membership stuff. Like you guys get to see some of my footage of the upcoming documentaries I'm producing right now about some of the aftermath of some of these fires. So I've got tons of high quality footage, some aerial where a sea probe flew me over the burn scars of like Dixie and Caldor. I have on the way to shoot fires, I also take videos of ghost towns and history and historical sites and interview folks, and I'm sitting on tons of footage. You guys get the sneak peeks. Nothing is behind a paywall. It's just that sneak peeks and previews of non-emergency fire stuff and just anything like that is available to members. So, oh, Spyman, you gifted more memberships. Oh my God, you are the man. You are the man, Spyman, the artist formerly known as Big Dog. Thank you so much for sharing the love. So let's see if they updated our membership total real quick. YouTube gives me $1,000 if we reach $1,000 through memberships. By October 15th, they're going to match. So yeah, let's get this hype train going. And anybody who has donated before and they're like, I already donated. Of course, we don't want to leave anybody behind. We can make sure that you get a gift membership. Just contact me about that because for some people are like, oh, I just did it. I just did what I could do with Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, or Super Chat. And so you're not going to be left behind. No, I would just go ahead and let's see, refresh. This is our goal. This takes a long time to update. I figured we were around 325. We're at 460. Oh my God, guys. Yeah, this does take quite a long time. We're almost there. We're almost halfway to the goal. We might be hovering right about there right now, friends. We can get much better equipment. And this will allow me to travel to more places in California. So Sunday, guys, tell me what time is best for you. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm thinking Sunday at noon or 1 o'clock West Coast time. And I'll announce my dates to California as best as I could tell and try to thank everybody that I've unfortunately not been able to do a dedicated video for. You guys deserve so much recognition and praise. I just hope you understand the nature of this. It means I'm totally overwhelmed. I needed like 5 secretaries to respond to all correspondence in a timely manner. And just, oh, you're so appreciated and loved. I've had some of the hardest months of my life physically, and just, I hope you understand with the family news too. But I'm going to try immediately go to California. It looks like it might be about the 14th or 15th that I can leave. I'll be there probably around until November 1st or 2nd. Have my surgery on the 6th. I don't know how long I'll take to recover, and I'll return to California late November or early December. So we want to meet and greet, and maybe I can, we could meet at a pizza place like we toss them. They're awesome. So Spyman says I gifted 5, but I only see 4 names. Oh, really? Oh, weird. I don't know, Spyman. But I encourage anybody who wanted to be a higher tier member or whatnot to instead share the love with, or additionally share the love with people by gifting the memberships. People on iPhone and iPad can't see the join button. It's hit and miss, they tell me. It's because Apple didn't want to have that button on the YouTube app, I guess, without having a cut of the donation or the the membership fee cost. Excuse me, the cost. So I think YouTube told them to go to hell, and they're like, fine, we'll remove the join button for memberships. It's really strange. But CProbe can't even see it on his iPad. So there's a trick. Just go to a browser like Chrome and just type in YouTube and go to the channel that way. I will give you the quick link. It's a pain in the ass. I'm so sorry, friends. But let me link my channel real quick because I know a lot of people are leaving work right now and they're like, I gotta go. Okay, so let me give you the channel link. You would just go into a browser like so. I'm in Catherine's World. Wildfire tracking be made there. Now this, hit the K logo and you would go to my actual channel page, which always shows the latest live broadcast right here. So it's just youtube.com/@ Catherine's World Wildfire Tracking. The fact that that's so long, Catherine's World Wildfire Tracking, I could not add the word team at the end. But it's Wildfire Tracking Team. I can't do this alone. And so you deserve epic amounts of appreciation. If you don't want to join YouTube, but you want to find us again, you don't want to subscribe, you can just bookmark this page with, hitting the bookmark star, or for your own browser. So let's go back to the fires. But thank you so much. We're not officially launching the memberships. We just turned it on that people could do this because not everybody can tune in every day, and we're running out of time. However, the actual official launch, Nobody's Left Behind, will occur on Sunday now that I'm getting more confident that I can be free. And you will tell me what you want from memberships. I'll lay it out, and you guys get to pick and choose what I have to offer. I want to reiterate, all of you, all viewers, you are all special and important to me. Nobody's being excluded for things. It's just an extra bonus reward for those who can contribute this way. And nothing survival and fire related will ever be behind a paywall, ever. And there will never be content that's exclusive behind a paywall. Excuse me. We will share it with the public. It's just those who are the backbone, bread and butter supporters that enable this channel to exist. I want you guys to have sneak peeks and special treats just ahead of time, because you are just that. You're the enablers. Otherwise, we can't do this. But I have people like Spyman. Thank you so much for gifting. And I hope others will do that too. Let's see. It says people may get a pop-up window here in chat. I've been hearing that where you have to accept gift memberships, and I turn that on. Don't ask me why. So check chat right now if you got that message, and then you may have to take that step. So like Kathleen and Mukau, make sure that you can do that, and let me know if any of you got that message. Okay, Garcia, welcome. Thank you for being a kind, wonderful supporter and donor. I can speak English. San Miguel, Willowfire. Resources on the scene report making good progress and have canceled the aircraft. Why didn't I get a notification that it happened in the first place? What? Did I already check on it? We're gonna look at, yeah, Felicia Fire, man, it's looking so much better. Look at this. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. What a difference our heroes make. So this, stop. So here's the Felicia Fire at Lake Piru, Ventura County. Ventura County has been suffering a lot. Ventura County just got hammered last year. I cover a lot of Ventura County. They had wildfires up until December 15th. That was the longest fire season I ever did, June through December here at Washoe. And then they immediately had torrential rain and floods due to the extremely wet winter. Yeah. Got lucky today, it looks like. Not lucky that it began, but if a fire is going to begin today in such conditions. Ah, look at it. Look at it. Smoke cleared and dissipating. Okay, let me look back at the chat. Shirley, thank you for becoming an eggling. Shirley McMack, thank you. Welcome aboard, friends. Now, the official party where I say, hey, you guys are the first, that begins on Sunday. And I need to thank all the mods and those who have volunteered. I need to email you guys to become mods. We'll talk about that too and celebrate you guys. And we'll talk about the future. But we need a celebration day because, man, I've been blue and this has been a brutal fire season. And Park Fire just about killed me. I don't know about you guys. I just can't stand seeing more of Butte County burn up, and the fact that it was arson, and that an arsonist also just about burned down Oroville. Oh my God! I've had family members in the path of both of them. So God, we need to celebrate something within the chaos. So yeah, Spyman, though, you're MVP. Yeah, Spyman says I've been here since day one of the Dixie Fire a few years back. That's a lot of you have been. The Dixie was, oh my God. The Dixie was when I finally decided I have to do this because I had assumed that since the Paradise and the Cascade fires the year before and all that, they would have reformed the system and made reverse 911 worth a damn and evacuated people in a much more timely manner and give them much more heads up. And watching the Dixie fiasco plus evacuations where they kept people out of their homes for weeks, told them to come back to Greenville, and then, nope, Greenville's on fire. It has to burn down so we can escort people to safety. God, the snafu where they told people to drive into the fire when it approached Westwood. I knew I had to do this like full time. There's nobody else is. We have to correct their mistakes for evacuation. The Caldor, we had to do it again. And that's why we have to do. We are the only ones giving information to the public sometimes that's accurate, timely, and, well, life-saving. I never really planned for this, but here we are. We have really made a difference, friends. All of you who have ever hit the like button or shared or contributed in any way, you have all helped everyone, and I'm so grateful. Okay, let me see about how it looks on the cams now. Let's do a roundup. Then we're going to look at the point, or peak. Excuse me. I'll be here till about 7:30 or 8, friends. Oh, that's right. We're going to look at the weather. Excuse me. Red flag map. Oh my God. I'm still a little goofy and sick, but I'm feeling a whole lot better. Can't wait to have my nasal passage surgery, so this is over. It probably will. Will be, fingers crossed. Yeah, so I'm not technically a red flag. I got a notification that part of Portland was maybe a little bit has expired. It was mostly the east side, but we've got the Gresham and into let's see, Camas area. That's in total red flag. And you go down to Cascades. It extends almost all the way to Salem into Woodburn, Staten area. It almost extends to Newburgh up in the Molalla area. And goes south of Eugene to the Waldo Lake area where they still have all these fires going. So we have to look at one that just blew up, a bunch of eastern Oregon, northern half of Nevada, northeastern part of California. Hold on to your butts. And then down there we've got the Angeles National Forest, where the bridge fire was, kind of that area, just west of Mount Baldy, all the way up to nearly to Santa Cruz and red flags. So hold on to your butts, guys. We've got a special sound effect to play.
Hold on to your butts.
Excuse me.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, that was not supposed to be that loud. I'm so sorry. But that's from Jurassic Park. Okay, Moo Cow says I can't even go to my own local park without getting PTSD now. Oh god. Hang in there, you Moo Cow. Hang in there. I can't wait for us to meet. Okay, so let me go back up to, did Tony ever share the link to his Twitter? Tony Risbo? Okay. All right. We'll remove the mod powers and maybe I'll try to find you on the Twitter. Kathleen Danford, yeah, we need to get you a membership because you've been such a wonderful, kind, behind-the-scenes supporter too. Kathleen says, I feel guilt for our state taking all the resources from the hurricane victims, and it's heartbreaking. I don't think we are taking all the resources from them. The East Coast and the National Guard, they've got their own help and their own people. With the tankers, they're like C-130s. They're equipped to be tankers only right now, so it's not like they could take the tanks out and then use that to help supplies right now. It would take too long to convert them. So it was a permanent change, and it happened kind of slowly over time, that some C-130s became tankers. But I don't believe that's hurting the hurricane response to help the victims out there. I think what's hurting the response out there is lack of preparedness for especially the Carolinas. Nobody said the Carolinas were going to get destroyed, but they kind of were. Parts of them kind of were. Some towns may be erased off the map if they can't really rebuild. I was looking at some of the drone footage, those in the narrow canyons in the coal country, and it's heartbreaking. Many of those are these time capsule towns that are like quaint and ready to become an bed and breakfast kind of touristy town, and they just got their history destroyed. So what else would attract tourists, right? Or new visitors to all those towns where the decline of the coal industry is hurting them so bad. Just, it's all a heartbreak. So with the Evans fire, we had a few seconds ago update, and yeah, tankers being released. I think I already looked at that. Look at our others. Check on the peak. The peak is my number one concern, as I'm terrified of the peak. The reason is there's nothing here that is good except for today's weather, yesterday's, and tomorrow's. We'll give them some time to be pretty mild at least. I don't know about the future wind forecast after that. But the peak fire is in the mountains. We are now in Santa Ana wind season. The peak fire is the biggest threat to California right now, as in becoming a next big, possibly killer, attack the towns kind of a fire. You don't want any fire in the Sierras from October through January, or October through whenever the wet season comes with the snow. We are in a critically vulnerable time in California, where October and November are where the worst fires have ever happened. Pretty much clustered in those months, especially in recent years. Santa Ana's and Diablo winds are hot, dry desert winds that come out of the Nevada desert at hurricane force speeds. And they tend to push fires that are up in the Sierras, even if they're at a high containment percentage, like we saw in 2020 with the Bear Claremont complex. Even a very high percentage fire, the winds of a Santa Ana or Diablo wind event can absolutely just take embers and just throw them miles away down the hill, and there would be nothing to stop it. So why is this one terrifying? There is other than it being mild weather right now, buying them some time, we've got fully mature old growth type trees with a quarter of them dead looking at the camps. And so those burn for days. Huge dead trees can burn for days and cast embers very long range. So it could burn up to a week, a big old tree casting embers. And if enough time goes by and it's still capable of doing that, and the Santa Anas come, God help us, because of the heavy fuel loads. So this went up the hill. The fire went up the hill due to the wind, and it was daytime, which the wind usually pushes fires uphill. And last night they did a great job of keeping it from going downhill. They had a 10% containment. They had a good, quick response, but no nighttime helicopters were available as far as I know, or they didn't request them. It's a race against time to put all the Sierra fires out before Santa Anas and Diablos hit, while everything is still dry. Once we're in the wet season and there's snow, we're okay. But we must never forget that Paradise burns down due to this kind of wind event. November 8th, 2018. My friend died in the Cascade Fire that took out Bangor and Loma Rica a year prior, October 10th, just a couple of days away. And the same night, there were dozens of people killed all over this north part of the state because PG&E power lines went down, and the big headline was Santa Rosa, just large amounts of it burning down. So that was all the same night, 11 or 15 fires, mostly all caused by the power company, PG&E. But for Southern California, the wet season isn't that much of a protection, because you can have a couple of 100-degree days or very high temperature days in the late autumn, and it would dry out vegetation. It's what makes us safe from the monsters of the Sierra is the snow. Unless you have an extremely wet winter, the Santa Anas might be a persistent threat many times into December and January, when the Thomas Fire happened, and that was also Santa Anas. So we must not forget this has been going on a long time. It's not a climate change thing. It's every single year they blow, and if there's a pre-existing fire or one begins at the time, it's a God help us situation. And it doesn't just apply to the Sierras, doesn't just apply to Southern California. It applies to the Bay Area too, Napa, everywhere. The north winds are very similar with Shasta. We must never forget the Oakland firestorm of 1991. Let's see, when was that? Oakland firestorm, 1991. What day did that begin on? October 19th. And in 24 hours, through the 20th, in 1991, it killed 25 people, injured 150, burned 1,500 acres, and destroyed 2,843 homes and 437 apartment and condo units. The economic loss from that one was $1.5 billion then, $3 billion in last year's dollars. So there's others. The Thomas Fire was the big Holocaust for Southern California in 2017, and the date of its fire was, it was in December, past the New Year, wasn't it? Epic, just gigantic. So it was Ventura County, like Lake Piru, that's for Ventura County that we're looking at, in Santa Barbara County. And one of a couple wildfires that began in December of 2017, but what date? December 5th. It ran through January 12th. And the losses are just enormous too. Almost 300,000 acres. And it killed a firefighter, a civilian, and 21 indirect civilian deaths from mud flow and debris slide after the rains hit, because it's the wet season. But anytime of the year, October through January, is when the Santa Anas and Diablos can blow. We all have to be extra vigilant. I will have to have a robust laptop so I can at a moment's notice go live while I'm in California. So we're going to be shopping for that the next few days. And thank you for the kind donations that'll help me actually see my family, many of which are ill right now, very ill. And you'll enable me to see my family and still help the public. And I'm incredibly grateful, friend. And if you can spare $2 for the membership right now, much obliged. Much obliged. So this is California's worst fire season. Began October 1st. It's one of those calm for many days, calm for a week, and then boom, it's a crisis. That's the way that the autumn fire season is, but it's the deadliest and it's the most severe. People think it's the summer. Well, not really. It's bad in summer, but the Santa Anas and the Diablos are absolutely insane. I just want to give you the quick graphic about it. Diablo Wind. If you want to know more about this, just go to the wiki, and Diablo Wind is right here. I'm going to put this into the chat. But I am with you. I am with you through the August, through this worst part of the fire season. I could not delay my nasal passage surgery any longer, so I'm just praying that nothing breaks out the first week in November, because I'll have my nasal passage surgery right about then, but I've got to do it sometime. So I've already delayed it and canceled it for this month. It was supposed to be on the 23rd, so that I continue covering fires and go to California. And I just can't do that again. So basically, jet stream changes. It will be forecast. They've got a couple of days, I believe, where they can forecast this. Jet stream changes, pushes the hot Nevada dry air. Remember, this is seasonal, has nothing to do with climate change. It's geography based. Always has been, always will be until, geography changes in eons from now. The roller coaster effect is the jet stream is like a high pressure mega hose of wind, and it will push all the hot, dry Nevada air up over the Sierras, and they will accelerate, pick up speed, roller coastering down the other side. What's not shown is that here in the canyons, the wind will pick up extra speed because it's like a wind tunnel effect. Garden hose with your thumb in it. And any fires that are in the Sierras can erase towns in record time. Just race out of the mountains, overwhelm towns. Long distance spotting is the problem. It'll spot 3 miles ahead of itself, easy peasy. So the people who think the fire is 3 miles away, suddenly it's in their yards. And suddenly they start going down the hill to escape it, and fire's still in front of them. And they go back where they came from, and the fire caught up to them from behind. So that's the absolute terrifying effect of these, especially for those living right next to the Sierras. And the Santa Anas can do similar things, but anywhere. And any fire going off in any city at the same time, like what happened with the Oakland firestorm, is that was a pre-existing, really small backyard type fire that they failed to fully extinguish, and then the Santa Anas and Diablo winds hit, and then it practically erased entire chunks of Oakland. So just I'll be with you. I'll be with you. This is what Californians fear, and we all have to spread the word that the newbies who don't know about California's worst fire season being autumn, just show them this article and educate them. Okay. Back to and just to wrap that up, my plan is to be live pretty frequently, especially at the membership thing, because that helps the algorithm. It helps my channel stay alive. The more days that I'm not online, the more that YouTube punishes the channel and puts it in the bottom of the search results. Yeah, Butterfly, I'll look at that one. That's the peak fire. Yeah, I'll be happy to explain all your questions about the peak real quick, Butterfly. And once again, just tying this all up, I'll try to be live more often, even if there's no fires going, so that we survive better through the off season and keep income. Like usually donations I completely dried up this time of year, but that's when we need them because I still can't get like a seasonal job and still be ready to go live at a moment's notice. So I'm not getting a job. I still quit it to do this full time, and that's why your donations are so important. Because I want to be there for any bad situation. Oops. But everybody must know that this is the danger. And what was I going to say about this? Hopefully this will remedy the situation if I go live more often when there's no fires in the off season. That people will be notified if there's a crisis. We're just gonna fight the algorithm. It punishes every the algorithm for YouTube punishes every channel that is based on live and you don't go live for a bit, or if you do, it wants you to upload every day, not just every week. It's pretty brutal. So maybe I'll do that. Right. So the Oregon Evans fire is looking way better. We'll go over to the peak and I'll show you the Strawberry 1 cam. Yep, they're still hitting it with helicopters over there in Yuba County. Sigh relief. Let's go look at the Felicia. Laguna has, what is this? Is this smoke or soot that just splattered on the camera? It just moved. Why did it get all? Is this smoke? Right here? I know where this cam is, Laguna. Show on map, Laguna. Oh no, this is a totally different area. That could be haze. There's no fire down there by San Clemente, is there? Wait, hang on. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. No, don't think so. San Diego has this little bitty willow fire. Okay, all right. Our updates haven't changed for that. Yeah, fixed wing was released. Looking good there. What a sigh of relief. Same thing with Yuba County up there. Now let's go to the peak. So the peak is, like I said, the one that's terrifying me, and I had to explain why, the Santa Anas and Diablos. So we've already had mass death events from this time and time again in that scenario, where there is a fire and it doesn't seem to be that bad. But any fire in the Sierras during this time of year is an absolute, incredibly large threat to everybody downwind. Everybody where the canyons point down to their communities, all the way down to the valley, all the way down to Jamestown. Yes, everybody's threatened on the 108 here. And if the peak fire got into some of these canyons, it would split because there's a forking of the canyons. And so it would go to the other sides. And this is not the most heavily populated place on Earth, but it would still be more like a fan shape or a triangle wedge where it could spread out that way and spread out like so. And it's a nightmare in the Sierras to fight fires when they're involved in multiple canyons because there's no bridges that go across. So a firefighter on this ridge top here to watch, like across a big canyon could even wave hi to firefighters over here on this ridge, and there's no bridge to get to each other. So they have to go hours out of their way with driving like all the way down, all the way up here if there's a fire in that area, because they can't just take the shortcut, if there is one even, to go down to these, down into the canyon, because if there is a fire down there and it flares up, they'll get trapped and die. You can never race a fire uphill. So if all of your routes of escape are uphill and they're kind of slow roads, it's a death trap. So they won't do that unless they feel like it's entirely safe. And half the roads that you see on the map are like, they look like they're there on satellite, but they don't really exist. They're penciled in, but haven't been maintained for 60 years or even more. Many times there's no more bridges. They never got rebuilt, or there never was a bridge. You have to ford the actual river in some of these places. Like these roads were laid down in the gold rush and led to the mines, and that's about it. You got your one highway. And so, Godspeed. It's always a race against time to get any of these fires out before the Santa Ana Diablos start to blow. So the Bear Claremont fire, I could show you. It's not very clear on the. It's not very clear the fire footprint. Let's see if it is. But that was the scenario that happened in 2020, called the Bear/Claremont Complex fire. So there's the 2017 Cascade that killed my friend with similar wind conditions. These were power lines going down that PG&E had energized, and then it swept to the small towns and the rural people living rurally. So here is it's kind of God, Butte County's had so many fires. It's hard to show you this, but there's Bucks Lake. Bucks Lake. Yeah, it was up here by Bucks Lake, right there. Oh, don't do that much. There's a small, somewhat fire up here that was around 78% contained. So the people down at Brush and Berry Creek, which are communities right down here, they started unpacking, sort of like maybe they're getting a handle on it. They increased their containment percentage so much they thought, oh well, we'll just be ready to go at a moment's notice, but we won't evacuate. And then that night, it jumped the lines. The wind started to blow, and it was way earlier in 2020 than normal. It was like a Diablo wind, but it happened in September because Labor Day storm was a once-in-a-lifetime event that was like Santa Ana's for all three western states at the same time. So I was extremely busy. Did my fire stream the first day for real on Red Monday, Labor Day 2020. So I couldn't cover this because Oregon was on fire and I had to run and evacuate my own mom and some friends. When I heard about it, and I just couldn't believe it, Brush and Berry Creek were pretty much erased. The fire ran down in world record time and completely jumped Lake Oroville, and that's not a small body of water. That is a gigantic lake. You had no problem, just the embers floated all the way across and lit this area here on fire, which is over by Oroville, and we almost lost so much. Like it was a struggle for them to keep it in check. So, but there's multiple ways that you could have a fire on your doorstep. It doesn't have to be up there in the mountains. Like I said, the Oakland firestorm happened basically with a brush fire in somebody's like backyard. The mass death events that happened with the same night my friend died in 2017, the North Bay fires, whatever they wanted to call it, was PG&E power lines. So, excuse me. So just look out. Just look out. But it's always a race against time for all the lightning strike, arson, and accidental fires, whatever it is, to be put out before the Santa Ana season happens. Otherwise, oh my God. Okay. Blue Cow says, good night. Oh, Butterfly says you have to go. I'm so sorry. I forgot you were, I'm so sorry. I forgot that you were living abroad. But this is the peak, everything on Strawberry. And your question in my email, which I'll reply to if I can tonight, was why did the peak fire disappear off the cams? They rotated around and looked a different direction for some reason last night. So I think what they were doing with the cams is they were looking for the spot fires that they discovered later. So if you look at the peak fire on watch duty, you can see that they were kind of whack-a-moling those last night. So they said that the current situation, the morning report here around 11 in the morning, was that it was 30-something acres, 10% contained, and burning to the north of Herring Creek Reservoir on either side of Forest Road for November 12th. Overnight resources were able to get hose and handline around the main fire's edge, and that's so good. Several spot fires were discovered this morning and still need to be lined. Today, resources will improve that line by removing snags and brush along the line to minimize the risk to the containment line and utilize hose lays to begin mopping up. Godspeed. That was exactly the kind of talk that happened with the Bear Claremont fire. We're making great progress. Things are looking good. But remember, you're not safe until like 98 to 100% containment, friends. Containment is not a measure of safety, and that's what killed those many in Brushenberry Creek. And that's what many people in the line fire, the public, are upset about. And they see a high percentage, like high 70s, high 80s. That's not safe yet. That's not done yet. A big wind event and all hell could absolutely break loose, especially this time of year. So this is accurate, what they're saying, if they can quickly put this to bed in the next few days before any wind event. I would love to ask Colt Hanley about how far ahead could they predict the Santa Anas and whatnot, but absolutely nobody predicted what happened on Labor Day in 2020. That was a once-in-a-lifetime, once every 75 to 120-year event. So don't think that you are safe until it's around 95, 98% contained. And when fires are about that high percentage, they just leave it at 98% in order to keep funding going until they're done with their restoration and mop up. So, 98%, you're okay. A lot of times people got anxious and they're like, why isn't it 100? Why isn't it 100? It's been at 98 for like a week or two. Well, don't worry about that. That's just bureaucratic stuff. They don't have full funding after 100%. As far as I have had that explained to me. So the bigger the fire, the longer it's going to be stuck there around 98%. So once your fire is like that, that's when you could probably breathe that sigh of relief. So they're talking about removing snags, which are big, dead, standing trees. That is the best thing that they can do. I would feel much more comfortable if a lot of the dead trees were wood chippered down and turned into some fertilizer, Standing dead trees are the ones that can burn for a week, the really big ones, and throw embers all across the landscape down, especially down elevation. But I'll try to answer the other questions you had, Butterfly, just by email. Spyron says, please check out the heat detectors on the Piru. Oh, okay. Genuine Talent Britain says, I'm actually a videographer, and I covered the Oakland Hills firestorm the day, first day of Saturday when it hit. It was a small fire on a hill and then a big one the next day. Oh, man. Genuine Talent Britain. That must have been unreal. I hope you don't have too many scars from that horrible event. One of the worst things to happen in modern times. Yeah, I would love to know more. I would like to interview people who have been, involved at big fires and their experiences, especially, survival stories or what people witness. To teach fire survival, which is the best thing I do, is I have to know how people did survive and how they did not, and why. So it'll be, I just sort of have an idea in my head of like, how you can live, or some kind of a title like that, or just talking with you about your experience, man, would be cool if you wanted to. Genuine Talent Britain says says I saw it. The neighborhood's completely on fire and transformers exploding in Oakland, and the first day of the Cal Berkeley football game was playing. Oh goodness, yeah. And I still have VHS footage from it. I have a lot of stories for you. And the fire department and the surrounding areas didn't have the proper tools for the fire hydrants. Oh, that is exactly what I want to know about, is what goes wrong and how to fix all this. If the general public just thinks everything's going to get worse because of the climate, they won't take the actions that, we have to adapt to the climate, not ignore the problems. Many of these fires did not need to be this bad. Most of them did not need to be this bad. And if we reform the system and fix the problems, we would have very few disasters. We'd have big fires, of course, but we don't have to have town erasing disasters. Those are pretty optional. Yeah, please give me an email. Try this one. I'm having issues with it right now with Gmail. It's my name. You have to have the periods there, and it has to be wildfires is plural. Absolutely, Moo Cow. We have a duty to learn what we can from tragedies. Otherwise, everybody died in vain. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let my family friend in the Bangor and Limerica fire be forgotten. And I won't let the world forget if I can help it. We need dynamic images to get the public to care, to tune in and to care. So, yeah, absolutely. Please get in touch with me, and I respect very much what you guys do. Those who risk their lives to show the world what's happening. I respect. Genuine Talent Britain says they were not fully prepared for mutual aid and lack of radio channels. They needed citizens to help hold the hoses. I saw that on TV. The front lines for structure protections. Yeah, thank you. If it bounces, I'm going to get a secondary alternative email up because I've had a weird issue in the last 24 hours. Yeah, October 91. I mean, that was a wee thing, but everybody has seen the footage on the anniversaries. It was a big thing to watch on TV. The anniversary of the 1906 quake and the Oakland firestorm and the quake in Southern California, the big one. I can't remember that one's name right now. Those were the big anniversary specials, you know. And Loma Prieta, of course. Okay, so the peak is a massive threat. And thank you for being here, Genuine Talent Britain. Your 18th time. You just really gotten into journalism, and did that become your line of work? And it says Britain. Is that last name, or I'm just going to subscribe to you right here. Get my applesauce out of the way, friends. I just took a snack break. Are you going to do things like put your work on YouTube, or do you have a web page? I mean, I'd love to check it out. Fire Captain John Bruno, who I think he's out of cell phone range still. Otherwise, we could give him a call. He was there, and knew people there. I believe he was a witness firsthand. He was a chaplain at Paradise's fire. I think he was there or knew people really close that were. I want to put words in his mouth. Mook House Rib says, for some reason, I now have a raging craving for applesauce. Yeah. There was a special ingredient in this one. I have to get C-Pro to share it. Let me write this down. And let's look at the cams. I'm getting better at this, guys. Not saying the word Alexa. So I'm not turning off your guys' lights and heaters. Okay, so what were we about to do? Spyman put me on track. Looking at which cam we're about to look at. Mount Bachelor is the one that's looking at Oregon's red flag crisis at the moment. So you could try a test email real quick, Genuine. And if it's not working right now, then that'll help me figure out that that's an emergency. Thank you so much for being willing to relive that and share. There's others that are willing as well to talk about other disasters they were in, like Paradise and whatnot. And once I can get caught up on things, then we'll be contact everybody who wants to talk to me about their experiences. I haven't forgotten you. See, there's storm check email and make new email if it's broke. Email broke. I tried to use my phone, thinking maybe the desktop version of Gmail was the thing that was broke. And on my phone, it says you cannot send a message because Google Play Services is updating. Well, it's been saying that for hours now. So I'm going, I don't know about that. Take your time, reach out anytime. Thank you. The off season was when I have a bit more time to talk to people and interview them. Are you in California? Because maybe we could meet up. Let's see here. Spyman says the firefighters reported at the time that extremely narrow, winding, twisty neighborhood streets with cars in them were a major problem. Yeah. The Oakland Hills were a really nice neighborhood, but their space is limited. They crammed in the buildings, and they had a lot of eucalyptus that I could see in the old footage. I'm not going to show traumatic footage right now because this is time where I don't want anybody to tune out during this red flag moment. Especially not those who need to know about fires. But knock on wood, friends. It's almost 6. 8 o'clock is when red flag expires. Just got to get through this day and one day at a time. So the complex that was blown up on a Mount Bachelor cam was which one? These are all overlapping. These are all overlapping. So, yeah, Spyman, do you remember? Let's see. I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss Pumpkin Prairie Fire on Bloody Camp Road, Bald Hill, Hoopa Valley. Yes, I saw that one, J-Cat. Bloody Camp Road. What the heck? Surely an 1800s thing. 44.3 acres. I was looking at that earlier in Hoopa Valley. Now, they did prescribed fires last night. That was alarming when some of the cameras went with red flames immediately. And then we looked at Watch Duty and it said prescribed fire. And we go, oh. So I don't know if this new fire is an escapee or a totally different situation. They had decent weather for their prescribed birds yesterday. See all the green flames back here? These are the prescribed fires. So this is not near where they had them on watch duty, so it could be totally unrelated. But it was good enough to do good enough weather last night to do that. Yeah, we haven't had an update for watch duty for 5 hours. Because there's delay in reporting. They can't watch duty can't find a lot of information about it. There's almost no radios to listen to, very few cams in this neck of the woods. So let's try a quick time lapse of it, and we'll look at the Mount Bachelor cam, and I can't remember what the fire name was over there. So J-Cat says True Gothic Hood. Oh, Little Lava, thank you. That's right. Oregon Cascades have way too many fires for me to remember much of their names. Plus everything that happened in Eastern Oregon. There's plenty of arson that's running around happening in Oregon with all right as the red flags get declared. Especially Eastern Oregon with the gigantic, what was the huge fire that was Mulhern County Sheriff's Office is wanting people to come forward with info on Cow Valley. But the thousands of lightning strikes that hit Oregon's Cascades, plus arson on top of it, Oregon has been absolutely pummeled this year. It's the year of lightning and arson for most of these. We've only had a few big fires be accidents and human stupidity. Just like 3, 4 maybe. Rest has been lightning and arson. And you know, the Bingham I was looking at Mount Jefferson. The Bingham had a level 3 issued for that was yesterday. When they issued that, I think I remember that they issued those evacuations by Mount Jefferson. Let me just check it out. It said the Bingham fire located east of Bingham Ridge trailhead near Marion Forks, and it's chilling. It says Detroit, Oregon, like it's a newsletter. Detroit burned down in 2020, and it's almost a mass fatality event. When Detroit was on fire, I had to move my mom out of the way. She was over by the Salem area. The Beachy Creek just roared to the west and merged with the lightning strike fire near Joblin Flats and killed people. And we almost lost most of the residents of Detroit. So this is chilling. The power company, Pacific Core, I think, was found liable because they kept their lines energized even though they were falling over and lighting homes on fire, and lit the local fire department on fire in Gates, Oregon, and they still refused to turn off the power at that point because all of our supervisors are on vacation. It's it's Labor Day. We can't reach them for authorization to turn off the power. So sorry that your entire neighborhoods and the 6 towns are on fire right now because of us. Oopsie. That's how some of the stuff gets bad. It's unreal. So they got their asses sued off, and the jury was not sympathetic. They found them guilty. Pacific Core, Pacific Power. I think there's one's a subsidiary, the other kind of same thing. And they said, but the jury's final decision to hit them the hardest with the penalties is based on the fact that there's evidence they tried to cover it up. Oh yeah, don't do that. If there's ever a power company suspected fire in your area, go photograph it yourself as much as you can. Within the confines of the law. You just might be instrumental in proving a power company cover up because they exist. Okay, the Bingham fire was started on the 30th, burning partially with an older fire scar along the Bingham Ridge Trail that extends to Mount Jefferson. And level 3s were issued for Mount Jefferson Wilderness. Level 2 evacs for Marion Forks Campground and the fish hatchery, and it gets uncomfortably close to Detroit Mill City. And here's Detroit, Oregon. It's a big lake. I'm going to turn off the red flags because it's making the map look totally crazy. So keep it coming, guys. Let me know which fire you want to know about. There we go. Sound like So here's the dividing line between the Lion's Head and the Beachy Creek fire scars, and all around Highway 22 to the west, all the power lines are going down. So this is what caused everybody to run for their lives west towards state and sublimity. But only a wind change kept this fire from eating Salem. So the Lion's Head was going here east of Detroit, and they merged, and then it went running for the Warm Springs Reservation. Many towns were destroyed. I think there were 10. And Brighton Hot Springs. So let's look at the lava lake, and we'll look at the Mount Bachelor camps. Yeah, Little Lava Lake is on least priority notification as far as watch duty is concerned. Husky says they covered up the Caldor fire cause. Yep. Yeah. I've spoken to a lot of people in that area. It does look like a cover-up. Pure arson, sure. But I'm not ready to, because I'm still interviewing people and still trying to get to the bottom of what happened with the Caldor. I'm not ready to tell people my theories yet about it. So, but I think they did drop the charges, like I said, on the father and son that they tried to nail to the wall. They did drop the charges, right? Oh, 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 surely. Oh my God. Hazardous is to put towards your amazing selfless broadcast. Get a tanker desk, no glass, thank you. Shirley. Oh my God, thank you. Shirley McMack. You're so wonderful. I think that's the biggest super chat we've ever had. Wow. Aye, aye, Captain. I love glass desks, though. You know, I've never had a problem before. The one that's on right now, listen to this, my fingernails. It's glass. This one's done me well since 2006. That was a defective one, but aye, aye. The reason I started getting glass desks was I have a horrible mini story here. Oh my God, do you get hearts? You're so wonderful. Gosh, if we could put that towards the I wish I was in memberships, because if I reach the $1,000 in memberships, then YouTube gives me a free $1,000 to match. I wish I could hit a button right now and convert it to memberships. Either way, I'm sure we'll do fine. I mean, I'm not saying I am not complaining by any means, but oh my gosh, I'll get whatever you want for a donation like that. You're so wonderful. You've got, I think that's one of the largest donations in Super Chat we've ever had. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get 7 hearts. You're so cool. Thank you. Just when I was stressing a lot, thinking I can't do this anymore. I can't financially make ends meet, because the Dixie and the Caldor, we absolutely were okay, you know, but we had 30,000 people occasionally donating $1 and $5, and last year we didn't break even because there were just small fires that didn't bring a lot of attention, and donations were down like 78 to 90% some months. But you guys have totally renewed my faith that we could do this. Even in this crappy economy right now, people are still so generous. What am I going to do with you wonderful people? We can do it. We can do this. Oh, love. I want to hug you right now. Thank you. Donors, you are so wonderful. Even the people who have donated $1 and $5 in Cash App and PayPal, you are just as important. I appreciate everyone. But super appreciative. We will definitely get a stable solution here. Butterfly was gifted a membership by Spyman. It's Spyman, you're on your roll again. Thank you. Inquisition News, yeah, Mark Bass. Delania Ray. Spyman. That's it. I'm taking you to dinner, Spyman, because he lives near me. Well, anywhere you want. Just pick the fanciest, whatever you want. You have donated so many gift memberships to people too. We're more than halfway past our goal, friends. It doesn't really update till the end of the day, but look. And now we've got more laptop fund going as well. Where it said 459, and the day before it said 430. This won't update for a bit, but this is the memberships. So we're halfway to the 1,000 goal with memberships. So I won't get a whole $1,000 through it, because YouTube takes 30%, and it remains to be seen whether or not, if they match it, they'll take 30% out of the match. I don't know. But yes, we're gonna get better gear, better audio equipment, better lighting, and a desk, and a good desk. Spyman says, "Is there a nice seafood place in Beaverton?" Yeah. You like seafood? Well, just find out yourself and pick one out, and whatever it is, we'll take you. We'll take you. I'm not that familiar with it. I'm sorry. Portland restaurants have been closing left and right, so it's hard to even know what's going on in Portland. I've been kind of not outside much during fire season, so I don't know the current status of the good Portland restaurants, but just pick anything in this area. Okay, whoops, we were on Oregon. Where did I lose my page? Where did I lose my page? Oh yeah, this is if you guys want to monitor the peak fire, this is my tile set that I made, and I can share it, and then you can see the peak fire live, as it does its thing. Those donations are overshadowing the applesauce now. Yes, please tune in on Sunday. I'm thinking Sunday at noon. Does that work? Because it's after church for most people. We will celebrate the donors. We'll do the fundraiser drive for memberships. Honor everybody who becomes a member before October 15th is going to be on the elite status list, along with the donors, for the big elite status because you enabled us to continue. And of course, those who have supported me during the off-season prior years that just kept us alive till this point. I need a big master list and a proper big thank you. That's why I haven't done it yet. There's so many names and so many of them were small. I won't include all, but it's hard to tally it all together. Hey, Bob and the Pup says you seem to be all about money. What? I'm all about money? Okay, Bob. I'm all about money? All right. I have to eat. I quit my job to do this full time, and I've never monetized. I've never put on advertisements ever. You can be funded through donations or advertisements. What advertisements would do is talk over life-saving information. And I just don't want advertisements, period. They would have to be playing during crisis, during the moment that there's the most viewers. And that would potentially kill. Right? That would potentially kill people. We can't do that. So I don't show what would make my channel successful either. Homes burning down because I have integrity. I'm not going to traumatize people with fiery images of destruction, death. I don't want people to find out that their homes have burned down on my channel or see that. This is a sanctuary where they can't look at Twitter because it shows homes burning down. They can't look at the news. It shows homes burning down. They come here as a sanctuary because I don't. And every single moment that I'm streaming, what YouTube is doing is analyzing with its little AI whether or not my content is exciting. And unless I show crying babies and distraught families and homes burning down and flaming vehicles and dead animals and half burned up creatures like the news does, we're not promoted as exciting into the algorithm because the way that it is. It's the way that it works. So I'm absolutely sacrificing so much for this. All about money. I mean, my uncle came down with Alzheimer's in 2021 when the Dixie was breaking out. I was supposed to see him in spring. Wouldn't see him all 2020 because I didn't want to kill him accidentally by accidentally bringing in COVID. He's the oldest member of our family. He came across with Grandma on the Grapes of Wrath style Model T from Oklahoma. And I sat here and covered the Dixie fire in the Caldor too, not seeing him until it was late October and November. Basically, the rains that ended that. I went to the December family reunion, ready to interview him about the last of our family history that would die with him. With your kind, generous donations, I raised for the camera fund to film a documentary about the Dixie and Caldor. And I arrived, and he didn't recognize me. my father is going blind and he's elderly in California, and I should spend as much time with him as possible, and I couldn't for lack of a laptop and lack of basic things to do this job. So that is why I want to. I cannot psychologically handle what's going on now. I have another close loved one with dementia. I need to get down there as soon as possible. I've been trying my best. I've made the sacrifice again to be here during the fire season. Just hasn't calmed down. There hasn't been a week where I've been able to get free. And I said never again. Like when I went in 2022 in summer to film, I didn't realize I didn't have a laptop powerful enough. I had one that was $2,500 and it exploded basically and almost lit my room on fire. The fire hazard. So I mean, I lost $2,500. I can't even sell it, and it was a 1-year warranty, and it happened right after. So I don't know what else to say. I don't know. You can be advertisement based or you can be donation based. I hope people understand, or they don't. But last year I didn't break even. I did this for free and lost and took losses. I constantly have to buy new equipment. Like I'm always recording my streams now, so I have 16 terabyte hard drives and 12 terabyte hard drives that I've purchased again and again because YouTube deleted a bunch of my early work from 2020. So I'm always recording, but that takes up an incredible amount of space. My $250 headset dies, I have to just buy a new one. Show has to go on. Just that's the way it is. So I don't understand those who think I should get a job and yet be here all the time, or have no advertisements and yet not take donations. I don't know. I don't know how I'm expected to do this or survive. It's okay. I just want to explain myself because a lot of people don't understand the history of my channel or what I've been doing. So all of you are instrumental, and I mean it. The mods, the viewers, the people who helped me track fires. When we were going back to Oregon, weren't we? I got lost on this. I wish I could be like a retired millionaire and just have the best gear in the world and hire a team and have some secretaries and be able to catch up on everything. I'm just an ordinary person who went live and hit that button, and now I'm trying to figure it out on the fly on Labor Day 2020. I never thought I'd do this more than 3 weeks. I accepted no donations, period, and then it went on for 2 months, and I realized I lost 2 months of my income for 2020, and that wasn't good at all. And then I started reluctantly taking donations. So Bugs Bunny was the first I allowed to help, and then Bo Haviland bought me a dinner that day. And I found out that streaming, you can make a living on it, but it's hard. It's especially hard to get started. And I took the leap of faith to do it. And 2022 and 2023, the donations were not at all where they needed to be for me to survive. So that's why this year is so critical to find out if I definitely could. And I find out we can, due to the kindness of strangers and those who have come to I regard you like my little family, who have been here year after year. And like, you're my little family, Bob. I mean, I like you. Don't I just wanted to make sure you knew the history. It's about survival. It's not, nothing has ever really been profitable here, ever. So if I was all about money, oh boy, would you see disaster stuff here, and I'd have 1 million subscribers, not just 1 million views. But I refuse to do it out of ethical reasons. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. You're all right. The only it's not like I wanted to crucify you or say, oh, how could you? It's the people who have just tuned in and are wondering why do I have to constantly ask for donations? That's what the streamers do to survive that are not advertisement based. Excuse me. Duncan Fire, Baldy Mesa, forward progress stopped. Cool. this is a challenge. I never thought I would do this for a living. I thought I'd make videos on YouTube in my own time, and they would just be uploaded, and hopefully it would grow enough so I could have a traveling channel where I go around filming history and interviewing old timers and anybody about their way of life, and especially dying ways of life and the old past. I did not expect to go live. I'm an incredibly shy person. I had to get over that. I'm still shy. I still find it difficult to pick up the phone and call somebody. Like, I don't know. When I'm focused on the fires, I forget that I'm shy. As soon as they die down, I start getting all nervous, like, oh my God, people could see me around the world. Oh my God. But hey, yeah, the show must go on. Yeah. No, Kate, he's okay. He is supportive. He's supportive, Kate. That's all right. Yeah. Don't. I know. Everything's fine. I really appreciate wanting to defend me and such, but we want to have a super supportive environment. And people have the right to ask questions, like, what is this about? But later on Sunday, what I can do so that people get a better understanding is explain what I've had to buy and how many electronic things I actually have to run the show. That'll be a cool sneak peek behind the scenes thing, right? Most people have ever been mad at me or upset have just not understood something. I'm not the best person to explain because I probably do throughout broadcasts, like what I'm doing and what is needed, but people can't watch 100% of the time. Yeah, everything's fine. Have I ever thought about connecting to Kim Commando? I thought about making a computer help series, yes. So, I'm sorry, we gotta look at the little lava, right? Little lava. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where's that little, okay, there it is, sorry. Found it again. Yeah, you guys have absolutely a right to know, like, what does the money do? Where is it for? Where does it go? Okay, as you can see, I'm very behind in everything. All of my personal correspondence is massively behind. If I hadn't gotten so sick last year with the kidney problem, boy, I'd be in a much better shape. Um, yeah, everything's cool. Nobody ever has to spend money here to get the life-saving information. I had a crazy bad thing where I got a taste of just how you can be wrecked by medical expenses and bills in the past. I totally get it. I totally get it if somebody doesn't even want to spend $1. They're just struggling and the crazy economy we're in and what we've all experienced since 2020. I don't think a lot of people have recovered fully to the economic damages of 2020. So that's why I don't want to put ads up. I don't want anybody to have to pay or have to watch ads. You know, I don't want to be whatever corporation would want to put ads on our stream. I don't really want to do that. I don't like the making money off of disasters idea. That's why I told everybody in 2020 just donate to the victims fund. So I also didn't expect to lose my income for 2 months. But journalists have to be paid. You know, they have to run ads. They have expenses, extreme expenses. And so I get why there's advertisements on the news, you know, but there are so many charlatans are out there that are just absolutely fear-mongering, showing devastation, and they get all the news, they get all the hits, they get all the views, they do run ads, and they get donations too, and it's for bringing people what they want to see at the time. It's the gore, you know, the shock stuff. And people do need to know what's happening. But those who buy journalist footage and they just have a channel or whatever that is, that's all they're about, right? Most of the content on YouTube is like that because that's how YouTube will actually pay you. The system has to change YouTube is all about what's trending, what's exciting, what's shocking, what's trending. Then they promote that. It's not about what's valuable to people or what's ethically right. The number one person on YouTube who was covering that Oroville Dam disaster, with spillways collapsing, that guy was fear mongering and telling everybody in Butte County and Yuba and Sacramento County downstream. He was saying they're lying to you. The dam itself is in danger. It's about to collapse. Not a spillway, not just a spillway. Oh my God, I was mad. I was in the chat saying, "You freaking liar." And he was getting all kinds of donations from worried people that believed him, saying, "Yeah, keep telling us the truth. Thanks for the warning. I'm getting out of Sacramento. Oroville Dam is about to breach." Oh my God, was he making bank? And he was getting, "Thanks for the new subscription. Thanks for the like, guys. Thanks for the new subscribers. I got hundreds of new subscribers." Oh man. I don't think YouTube should allow that kind of thing, but myself and others, we reported him to high heaven just for YouTube to do nothing. Oh. But hey, YouTube was designed to be an entertainment system when people use it. And YouTube was purchased. It was actually not started by Google. Google bought it. And it was started as people sharing their home videos with each other. And then it became more and more, but they still don't have a category for what we do, which is like actual disaster relief, when it would be emergency information. The conspiracy theory headlines, they're all designed to be scary. The people who spread the conspiracy theories usually don't actually believe them. They are just capitalizing on a scared public. And they make, like the guy in Lahaina, he walked around, the real estate guy, he showed a car that burned. It's just a normal car that burned up. And he said, "This is a space laser. You guys were under attack." He gets millions of views on that stupid video, and that's just fraud to me. It's hard to tell if people are crazy or if it's fraud. But that's where most of the money of YouTube is going, for disasters. There are very few like mine because it's so hard to live. So this is why you're so important. If you notice, I'm the only one doing this. Like, it is a 24/7 thing. And Dixie and the Caldor, nobody else but us provided 24-hour info. Nobody. And I'm now happy that we can continue. Yeah. Yeah, public service. That's it. That's the thing. They had, if YouTube could fix this, they could make a category called emergencies in public service and have very strict rules for what you can say. So the no nonsense, no conspiracy, no trauma, no hype, no clickbait. Just passing on official information plus speculation that could help save lives, such as this community downwind may be in danger. Put some rules on it, and then promote to high heaven channels like ours, above the clickbait crap, above the conspiracy crap, just by default. I would love that, and that is something I'm going to propose as a proposal to YouTube. Make a category for us and hold us to a higher standard and promote us. We shouldn't have to press this button. Oh, you guys, I gotta show you this. We'll look at the level lava. I'll show you what I mean. Like, here's my channel, and if you do see the join button, that's how you do memberships, and explains the perks there. You'll have to do it on a browser if you're on iPhone. But there's a button on my older videos that says promote. Yeah, it says promote for me. Not on this one. This is the current one. Whoops. Where is that promote button? It was on the last broadcast, I think. Yeah, I can click on it. And because I'm the channel owner, it says join, analyze, edit video. Then there's one that said promote it. Maybe it was in YouTube Studio, actually. Yeah, I may have to YouTube Studio. But the point is that in order to boost yourself to the high search rankings, now you have to pay YouTube. You have to throw $100 at them or something. That's what YouTube wants. and I refuse to do that right now. So it's another reason why we don't get seen. There's a lot of things that YouTube is doing right now. There's a lot of things it's doing wrong. Oh, yes, and here's SB responses page. Please, guys, go and like SB's. Here, copy. This is how you share a channel. There's a share button. You click on the more and then share channel button on somebody's page. And so I'll put it in chat right here. Yeah, please like SB's page. Awesome new mod, awesome work, and great footage and photography. Now let's go back to the but you are kind and generous supporter too, Bob. You know, we want you to have one of the memberships too. Oh, hey, New Day, how are you doing? Do you see the join button? What I will do is everybody who has donated, I will try to hook them up where we could get them into the chat, and then if it's like I could set up a private stream, and then any membership gifting will go to the people that have donated offline, but deserve a membership for sure. I'm not allowed to do that with my own money right now because YouTube might consider that fraud. To reach the $1,000 goal that they matched. So I can't do that right now. But we'll leave nobody behind who has donated. So this is my attempt to add value and reward those who help. Let's see, 6:26 p.m. All right, little lava fire. Is there another we should check on? You put that in the queue, friends. Let's go to 24100. Let's see. Okay. Looking back up to, it would be cool if boot count says your channel is linked on Watch Duty while you are live. You know what I want? I want to retire from fire streaming, and I want Watch Duty to take over. They're close enough. Because I want to go interview old timers and spend before we lose them, and I want to go film what my passion is, history, before more history burns up. Did you know that, ironically, I was about to film Paradise right before it burned up? So, Mount Bachelor, and this was a nightmare, what happened in 2020, because here I am ready to interview old timers, and now I can't be near them because COVID breaks out. So we're just waiting and waiting and waiting. So all 2020 goes by, and I can't do any interviews. And did many of them die I was scheduled to interview? Yeah. It's pretty brutal and awful. Then 2021, I'm like, oh, yeah, nothing like that will ever happen again. I was glad I was there for people at the time, but then here I am ready to go to California and film Paradise. I was going to film the ghost towns near Paradise. This the Spyman, is this the cam? The Mount Bachelor cam that shows a little lava fire? Because it was showing a plume, wasn't it? This is in Red Flag, all this area. Look at the smoke in Oregon. God, the Cascades are on fire. So the idea with ghost towns is I was going to make a driving tour of those that would be cool for tourists, and I was trying to promote tourism to the Sierras and other gold rush towns, and anywhere that towns need tourists, right? And they have a history. So the idea was I don't see a true plume. Am I not on the right cam? That Jefferson in the background? I don't know my Cascades volcanoes that well. Just Hood, Adams, Rainier, and the like. I've never been to Mount Bachelor ski resort. Kind of looks neat. the okay, yeah, Mount Bachelor. I should subscribe. They have other live cams. Live official cams. Am I in the right place, by man? That's the one I found it. Okay, yeah, that amount of smoke is incredible. Let's see if we've got any true cams. Slug. Two. Uh, cam layers on, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, Oregon just doesn't have a lot. So Bend is not looking that way. Do we even have one? This one's looking at the Boulder Creek area, but it's just let's see a time lapse from earlier today. Just hang on, friends. We're gonna that red flag expires at 8 for some places. We just gotta make it through. We'll go back and do a fire roundup of the others. Yeah, I know, and 30% is not what YouTube should be taking of a public service. You know, you're right, Kathleen. Like, holy mackerel. Make money, start a zombie channel, The Rising of the Dead. A few days says, my mom grew up on a ranch at Crooked River. Oh, yeah. Few days says, I remember the disaster, wasn't it called the Storm King? Yeah, that's infamous. I think that was it. Spyman says 30 years ago this summer, 14 firefighters died in the Storm King mountain fire. Part of the cause was very poor communication. Most were from Prineville, Oregon. Yeah, that was maybe what was true, Kathleen. Oh, the thing about the dam, Orville Dam, absolutely was not. It was not, and I could prove it immediately. So when the Orville Dam disaster occurred, people showed right before I went to bed on my own family Facebook. See, do we have a plume visible? I don't know how to track it without any cams. The Bingham is quite a concern, but we still don't have an update. But the people of Detroit Lake have got to be sweating. Now, when a side note, when I drove to show you guys the eclipse on October 8th last year, almost 1 year ago, doesn't seem like it. At the early wee hours in the morning, left Salem and I went 22 and went past all the fire devastation corridor of Detroit Lake, but it was still dawn. So only when I had successfully crossed the mountains did I have daylight, so I couldn't see the devastation and the rebuilding process. I hear it's still pretty bad. In Highway 22 corridor, not much is. It's not like it was. There's dead trees everywhere, just ready to create a 2.0 fire. If they leave dead trees in the landscape, the next wildfire that can happen as soon as 2 or 3 years later is worse than the one before. So everywhere they don't salvage log is going to have a worse fire, just as a ticking time bomb. The branches of trees are the only thing that burn with a living tree, because their trunk is full of hundreds of gallons of water. But you give a few years for that to dry out, a few years for brush to grow up at the base, and you have a tinderbox time bomb ready to go off. The next fire, the trunks of the trees will burn, not just the limbs. And if you think of how bad it was when just the limbs were on fire, you just wait and see what will happen when a dead tree trunk forest fire happens. That will be absolutely insane and an intensity beyond what we've experienced in the last 75 years. Haven't really seen much of that since the Tillamook burn. I wish they salvaged logs. It means salvage the situation, not just save some of the wood. But they were blocked in many places around Oregon and California too, because of extreme environmental groups. Hate loggers. So they just want all mills to shut down because they just hate loggers. And they don't get it that's not very profitable logging. It's just to help make people safe and to kickstart the rejuvenation of the wild. Why replant underneath dead trees if the dead tree fire is going to kill everything you just replanted later? So on the cams that we do have in this area, I see the dead tree forest and I go, holy crap, this is the worst disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, not Death Ball Mountain. It's sometimes, see all this gray? These are the fire burn scars the last couple of years. when they pivot around and we see all the dead trees that are still standing up, should you be worried about it? Absolutely. You should be worried that every dead tree, like dead tree forest area, you should be worried like somebody coming into your living room and saying, "Can I store a bunch of oil drums here? Is that all right?" No, that's a fire hazard. That's not all right. Get it out of here. Well, hell, we live in a world that's crazy, and extremists get to call the shots instead of those with common sense. So, let's see, little lava. Is there another way to view it? What the little lava did today, or what's going on in Eastern Oregon in their red flag? We could look at Alert West. That's Alert California. Oh, it's Alert West. Whoopsie, I was right there. Alert West. Okay, Alert West. Let's have more cameras. What's that? What's that? Is that new? That's new. Oh, Ridge, Eugene area. Okay, is it by Harrisburg? Is the other camera? Look at that. Is big. Look at the intense smoke. How long has this been going on? Let's see if Watch Duty has reported it. 30-minute time lapse. This just might be brand new. Sierra Pacific is restricted from a lot of salvage logging in certain areas, and it's too bad. Yes, it is. It really is. Logging is totally sustainable as long as you hands off the old growth and thin it to make the forest healthier. An overgrown forest is absolutely unhealthy, and all the plants are suffering. And if the trees are too close together, the likelihood of the one on fire setting the one on it next to it on fire is just exponential. You leave the old growth alone and you harvest the young ones growing up underneath it, because the young ones growing up underneath it are going to assassinate the old growth. Old growth will be high above the average fire, which goes just on the forest floor. However, if there are trees that are growing up underneath the old growth, then when the trees go up, the flames can reach the old growth, and if they burn more intensely, the heat is what kills the old growth tree. It may never burn, period, but the heat kills it because of so much heat below it burning for so long. It's like putting a tree in an oven, and eventually it's going to die. But you could put a small tree in an oven briefly, and it would be all right. It would live. But when there's so much growing beneath it, it's got to be thin, and so that's how you save old growth. And we have to change everything. We have to put rules that where sanity is in the center, no clear cutting unless you want to create a meadow for habitat. Look at Watch Duty and see if that has a name. Because meadows are what deer need to survive, deer and elk, and so many creatures require a meadow. So that'll be good to clear cut to make a meadow, just in a couple places. But what we have is an extremist system where everything is logged or nothing, everything or nothing, and that creates maximum unhealthy environment. Those are two extremes. And sanity is in the center. I hope we reach a place of sanity one day, but who knows? Okay, Kathleen, Jade Cat, sorry, I missed some in chat. Butterfly, oh, you're back. Hi. I just found a video titled Wildfire continues to rage towards Angeles Oaks, and is that true? What's the date on the video, Butterfly? We have a view of Angeles Oaks right here. Let's see. I doubt it, because then it raged and ran towards Pines Anita, which is like a neighborhood next to it, and they saved all the structures. That was what was so amazing the other day. Our heroes did so well. Let's go Wildfire. Okay, so that's Big Bear. Business continuing as normal. Let's see which camera is live Angeles Oaks. Oh, description of my video has these camera links, friends. Here it is. Here's live Angeles Oaks. Looking pretty nonchalant. See, different times of the day today. This is a live cam. I'll put it here in the description of the video, just in case you guys want to check it out. Oh yeah, new day, the eclipse. That was a fun non-fire thing that your donations enabled me to do. Is I went and filmed the eclipse in Oregon for you guys, and I had to drive really freaking far. I drove, God, from 3 in the morning, all over the Eastern Cascades, and I was looking at the sky because it was cloud cover almost everywhere. I was about to go to Klamath Falls, all the way to the border of California, and I'm glad I didn't because Klamath Falls didn't had overcast, and so I drove, within reason, not speeding, fast as I could over to Redmond, and that's where I was able to film the eclipse from McDonald's parking lot real quick. But I did it for you guys, and you guys seem to like it. I was one of the few people in Oregon that could live stream it. Okay, let's look at the line fires current update. Let's go back down to line fire. Oh, watch duty has moved it to least concern notification gray flame, like it was prior. Deja vu. Yeah, they upped their containment percentage today. It was 76 yesterday. It's 79. 2,164 personnel assigned per San Bernardino National Forest Facebook. Now, the evacuation warning has been lifted today, 5 hours ago, from Sugarloaf and South Irwin Lake areas of Big Bear, and this includes zones double B, CO4, 05, and 06. Nice, good news there. Saturday at 5, they're having a community meeting. Last night before I went to bed, the last thing that we saw was the community meeting that they had to re-upload from yesterday. And I don't believe they ever answered my question, which was, why were so much in the way of personnel released from this fire if, it wasn't 100% containment yet? That's what community anger has kind of revolved around. Was it a case of, well, we had to release them because they were A, totally exhausted, which I believe so, but B, did they not get reinforcements from elsewhere because they had all that they needed? They had such a high percent of containment and only 2 active spots on the fire. Where they were, it was difficult terrain to build lines, and so more people may not have been helpful. If they, why have 500 firefighters show up if they have to wait several days for the dozer to even make a road for them to get there, right? Yeah, but honest mistakes happen. If the weather and the activity took them by surprise, that's what can you do? Expecting them to be perfect sucks. It's good to say, hey, that went wrong, and here's how we can avoid that in the future. That kind of constructive criticism, right? But I would like to know from them so I could tell the public what really happened here, because I don't know. The ACAT says, remember, you're clearing the undergrowth statement, and the car drove by the undergrowth that were split trees, huh? I think I missed something, JCAT. Yeah, they said last night, yeah, JCAT was there. They said last night that part of the area by Angeles Oaks was easy to save. The neighborhood, actually all of Angeles Oaks was easy to save because they had done prescribed fire and thinning to protect it already. That had already been done. Now I believe they're referencing, the Pines Anita area specifically. However, they were not allowed to do any kind of thinning or backfiring in some areas that in the Santa Ana River basin They have never seen fire before on the historical record, period, like since white men came around. We're talking not even Spanish missionaries recording fire in that area in the 1500s. Not that they would record everything, but that's astounding. And in other places, the fire is so intense because they haven't had a fire there since 1941. So when you have decades and decades and decades of pine needles, the dripping sap that crystallizes into tiny beads of like very flammable, it's like pre-amber, right? When you have decades of that, decades of the pine needles building up, decades of dead sticks, limbs, fallen trees, branches, logs on the ground, and all that, it'll eventually kind of compact down, but you add wind and it kind of fluffs it all up. And people that are just walking by may not realize just how compacted and squished down this layer is. But if you had wind, it would just fluff it up and you'll see this enormous fuel load. That's what the intensity is about. And when it gets really intense, it creates the pyrocumulus. The pyrocumulus is created by the amount of heat. That heat rises quickly, and it sucks in more air beneath. Let's look at our different line fire cams. And then it's a self-perpetuating cycle where it gets worse and worse and worse by the moment. Wow, that's beautiful, friends. Look at Big Bear right now. Remember the mushroom cloud there a few days ago? Yeah. That's a nice screenshot right there. So if you reduce the fire load, the cloud is much less likely to become one of those mega giant clouds in the sky that goes up 20,000, 30,000 feet. Those, when they form, incinerate everything. It's not going to be a regenerative fire like a normal forest fire. It's just a blast furnace incinerator where every living thing will be eliminated. That's in the center of that cloud. And then it will long range spot. It'll throw up to 20,000 feet in the air. Sometimes the embers are still burning, and then drop them downwind. And eventually, when there's not as much heat, when the fuels have been depleted beneath it, or it's not hot anymore, or the wind dies down, whatever is the case, that column will collapse. It'll create a downburst of air. It'll throw fire 360 degrees in all directions. And that can overwhelm crews. I wonder if something similar happened on the Storm King Mountain incident. But Storm King was a giant change. It marked a giant change in firefighting. It's part of why our fires get worse today. After Storm King, they realized, in a couple other tragic, losing the entire crew of smoke jumpers, they decided, oh, whoops, we did them wrong. This was a bad idea. We should not parachute in smoke jumpers or put firefighters where there's no way out if everything goes south, if they can't escape quickly. So this is part of the reason that wildfires got much worse. We took for granted how often they were parachuting into the wilderness or dropped off by helicopters like hotshots. And they took care of fires that would have been a major fire really quick. But my God, we were risking their lives unnecessarily the whole time. This is why we need forest service roads spruced up. We need more fire access roads to the remote areas, because they need a quick escape route by vehicle. Or at least, if it's a sensitive wilderness area and we don't want to mess it up too much, at least put helicopter landing pads on ridge tops, and they could have a quick escape route by zip lining to another one and calling for a helicopter evacuation, or maybe just have the helicopter parked there. There's things we can do, but until they recognize that that's one of the problems, that's part of why some of these are getting so big. They refuse now to drop in crews where they can't escape quickly, and you can't blame them. Losing 14 and 20 firefighters at a time was becoming normal. And no, they're not losing their touch. No, they don't know how to fight fires anymore. No. They don't want to see no mass death event. Can you blame them? Can you blame them? Here's the line fire here with the live cam. This is wonderful. The SoCalMountains.com. This is their gold mine bug cam at Big Bear. Mine is nice and peaceful, although these dead trees right here bother me a lot. This is what I'm talking about with these are a threat. You should see a series of dead trees near you or near what you love as a giant threat, like a whole bunch of oil drums. That's what it is. Yep, everything's good. I didn't want to accidentally cue the wind noise, but this is how I like to relax at sunset, best I can. I don't know, did the phone restart well enough? Let's see. Is Watch Duty going to actually notify me of things now? I may have to reinstall. Okay, yeah, it hasn't been. What's going on? Yeah, Evans, swipe that away, swipe that away. You guys got any questions about fires? There are no stupid questions. No. That's back at Duff. Yes, Duff is what it's called. Dead stuff on the forest floor. It's called Duff. Now let's go back up there. Oh, Kathleen says I'm going mad over them saying Oak's fire safe. Granted, it takes 2 or 3 years to dry out for the wood, so once the fire and some are hollow, guess what's hiding in that hollow oak tree? The cinders. Yes, but they're it's a fire-resistant wood, and the ones who have breaches, oak trees, oaks evolved for fire, for grass fires to go past them, and it resists those grass fires very much. Their bark is like an armor against fire, and their wood is too, which is unusual. But that's why people like oak wood for their fireplace or stove, because it's a dense wood. It's very hard to get lit because it still resists fire even when it's dried out. Once it's going, it provides a nice fire, but it's also a little bit difficult to keep going. Now, oak trees generally shrug off fire, and that's it, as long as the grass fire moves past them real quick. Now, grass fires have to run and race, and the moment you stop their forward path, they are done. That's it. Grass burns up instantly. So you don't have a residual threat day after day after day after day like you do when there's a pine-type forest that's on fire. And even living pines can torch all the way to the top with all of their limbs burning off because they're so full of flammable sap. The sap is like a gasoline trail up the side of them. That's what tree sap is like, especially the piney stuff. Remember, pines are there to promote fire. Oaks are there to stop it. Like, they don't want it. The limbs will burn off the oaks, the small limbs, and the tree and the leaves. But then the very next spring, it'll look like nothing happened to that oak. And that's the case for the majority of them. So the nice thing about oaks that do catch fire, like the hollow center, like you're saying, Kathleen, is that's easy to inspect. Oak savanna is California's natural habitat in the valley and the hills. Oak savanna, much like Africa with the elephant stuff on it. The mouse used to roam around. This is a lovely live image. I'm enjoying this one. Are you guys? One thing about California's pollution, you got lovely sunsets. So they go around inspecting the trees. You just walk right up to them, and they will look. That's part of mop up whenever there's a fire, and they'll put it out. But even if an oak tree is on fire for like, I don't know, a week, I don't think it could spread very well because all the grass around it already burned up in the grass fire. Oaks struggle everywhere in a forest. So they're not forest trees. They are savanna trees. They need a grassland to fully umbrella spread and grow to their full potential. Oaks that have shade, they grow nice and slow, nice and dense. Now, oaks that are shaded, the evil of the pine and fir type tree strategy for evolution, is pines and firs grow quickly, but they're very weak woods that fall apart at windstorms. Like they just shatter and fall apart because they grow quickly, so they sacrifice strength in their wood. Like pine is like the cheapest wood that you could stick your fingernail and you could poke a fingernail shape into it. That's why pine furniture is considered cheap junk. It's lightweight and it's weak, and then the rest of the tree promotes fire with dropping the sap, the pine cones, and the constant needles. Because the idea is for the survival strategy of those types of trees is start fires that'll kill my competition. So what oaks struggle underneath shade to become full size, and you'll always tell when an oak has uh, um, grown underneath the shade of other trees because they have a very small spread like this, and it looks like crap. The full umbrella spread like a mushroom can only happen when they have complete full sun. So they're not tall trees. They're not high altitude trees, so they're pretty harmless when they're on fire. If all of the grass around them is already burned up, it's you wouldn't want that in your yard, where wind gusts could potentially like blow an ember into your wood pile or next to your deck or something. But if they do thin out, what happened in California is a couple of things. The oaks were harvested in the gold rush to build homes in California and for firewood, and they timbered the mines with it because the strength of the wood held up the mine ceilings of the gold mines and whatnot. So California kind of devastated the oak population, and they needed something that would grow back faster to meet that crazy demand. So the eucalyptus scam artists came from Australia area and said, plant eucalyptus instead. Cut down your oak trees. This will grow back real fast. It's a hardwood. It's like oak, but it's better. And you could sell it to the railroad companies for the railroad ties. You could timber the mines with it. It's going to be great. It's a profit weed. Go ahead, buy our seeds and suckers. Because eucalyptus is called the gasoline tree for a reason. And the bushfires of Australia suck really bad for a reason. It's a suicide bomber tree in its strategy for survival. And Australia is becoming more and more monoculture of just eucalyptus because they create fires, raging bushfires so bad that all other plant species kind of die. Our native pines are not quite that bad, but they're similar. The species will survive by sacrificing its own members. So what happened to the oak trees in California is horrible. There used to be oak domination. As part of why the fires have gotten so much worse is the replacement with eucalyptus and replanting of pines. I don't think Paradise's plateau was originally a pine forest. There was a lumber company up there, and Paradise was a gold rush town. I believe they clear cut their oaks basically. A couple of pioneers planted sequoia. Now they're the big exception. They're fire proof basically, as fireproof as a tree can get. Only a mega fire can really kill them. Redwoods, same category. Redwood sequoias, cedar, but they grow slowly. So whenever the companies like that, like with Paradise, the lumber company up there, they once the gold rush was over and Paradise was like a ghost town, they just they planted a bunch of pine and piney stuff, pine fir, whatever. Larry Green, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, friend. Yeah, this is gorgeous. Look at this. I have to take another screenshot. I am blissfully happy to see this, friends. Far cry from the other day. Fingers crossed. I think we got lucky again today, considering our weather. No. Take my screenshot. Excuse me. So Paradise, they planted a bunch of piney stuff only, monoculture, intending to harvest those trees. And from what I can understand, they never did. I don't know if the lumber mills shut down or the company, but instead they sold lots for development and built underneath those damn pine trees and turned Paradise into pretty much a death trap because those neighborhoods have so many creeks and little drainages that kind of flood in winter that the cost of making the neighborhoods a true square grid was too great, I guess, for the greedy developers. So Paradise has a whole bunch of dead-end streets in the neighborhood, which made it a death trap by design because when the power lines went down and when fire blocked some of the ways out, some people were completely trapped on dead-end roads. It was a maze. And even if you knew the town very well, people had to go left, right, up, down, to the right, left turn, north, west, south, 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 west, 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 north, 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 west, 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 south, 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 west, 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 south to get out of the town. There were very few ways that were open. And just like September 11th, when people in the towers were trying to find a staircase down, they had a limited time to do it before they actually died in the fire. The same thing with Paradise. So it was a mistake to ever put housing there with all these crazy trees that would torch. And what killed my brother's house was a big pine type tree was on fire, and it fell on his house. So the firefighters didn't save it. They saved his neighbor's house across the street that had defensible space, and the homeowners had taken down, presumably, the pine trees, and they had just little things there, a pond for water, a swimming pool, and I think they just had like oaks and just normal, not too overgrown of a yard. All right, let me put chat back up. I had to move it for the screenshot. Larry Green, thank you for being a member. You big super supporter. Here is your double hearts. And Larry, if you can gift memberships to people, a lot of people like Kathleen need a gift membership. I mean, if you're at all inclined, that would be the best way to help the channel because we're getting toward the goal of 1,000, and then we'll be matched by 1,000. Oh boy! Oh yeah, smell the pine when it's burning. Oh yeah. The whole point in the story is you need a mix of healthy trees. Pine is only dominating because they clear cut the fire resistant trees, which used to mix in the forest and make California's forests more resilient. There used to be the cedars that resisted fire. Those are not replanted, and neither were sequoias and redwoods, and neither were the oaks and Pacific yew and all these endangered trees now. They just planted the ones that grew the fastest, the maximum profit, could harvest the quickest. Of course, the eucalyptus scam trees. And we're paying for it because they're all doing poorly. This is partly why the beetles go nuts. Ranch Fire, Highway 41 near York Avenue, southwest of Reef Station. Where the heck is that? Let's see, guys. Kings County, California. Okay. 30 acres of light flashy fuels with slow to moderate rate of spread and potential for 50 acres per resources arriving at sea. Okay. All right, let's look. We got a fire, guys. And we do see the line fire is still going. That is the line fire right there. But man, is that not super gorgeous. Let's check out our new fire. And take another screenshot. This is a live cam. It's, not it's not one of those time lapses. So please, guys, go here and like and subscribe it because this has been such an amazing resource. Okay, where's this new fire? Kings County. So what I'm trying to say here is we could make California a lot more fire resistant. It's mostly our mistakes that they get this bad. And now our lack of funding and our lack of embracing new technology that would help out the situation. It's not just climate, it's just that we have to adapt to it by understanding just how we got away with stuff in the past and we can't anymore. We can't. The situation has changed. We make California forests healthy or they get incinerated. That's it. Wait, where's Kings County? Ranch. Okay, there we go. Ranch Fire. 30 acres of light flashy fuel, slow to moderate rate of spread, potential for 50 acres per the units arriving on scene. So these hills, these rolling hills, are supposed to be full of oak trees, and you can see where the clear cutting and various other reasons where they were never really replanted or came back. But we can restore California to more native species. The grass fires now, like the park fire, where that's not native California grass, it's almost extinct. Cheatgrass is why some of the worst fires on Earth, which occur in like Greece and Turkey sometimes, top 5 worst places on Earth to fight fires: California, Greece, Peru and Chile, Portugal, and well, there's a couple others, but I'd say um, probably places like Morocco, but Greece is definitely in the top 5. Um, Cheatgrass is a suicide bomber grass as well, where it tries to destroy all other plant life in order to proliferate, just eliminate the competition. So it has unusually thick, fluffy heads. It's taking over California. They actually introduced it on purpose in the 1860s. Oh God, and still spreading and still taking over. California native grass just doesn't burn with this intensity. It was pretty mild. The Indians set it on fire all the time to A, reduce fire load so that it wouldn't become a huge mega fire, but B, it just kind of fertilized the land with some black ash, and it roasted the acorns dropped by the oaks for the animals. I mean, it's a pretty good situation. The Indians had to do that also to keep oak savanna habitat going so that the pine forest didn't take over. Like you don't have to replant pines and firs, like they're weed trees. Like they're always trying to take over. You have to keep them away from the habitat that is rare oak because it supports the largest amounts of herds in life. You can have the largest animals surviving. That's why there's in the savanna habitat of Africa. That's why there's still elephants around and rhinoceros. Mammoths, and woolly rhinoceros and mastodons and that kind of thing used to roam around Europe, and mammoths did roam around here. That's what they ate, was just grass. California's habitat actually needs elephants or elephant-like creatures to be healthy. And so what elephants do is they hate trees, and they push them down every time they see one. So they maintain their own habitat. They maintain savanna. So when the elephantine-like creatures went extinct, the natives had to take over and manage the land and do the same thing with fire, so that the deer and the elk herds, which replaced, their food sources, stayed around. Deer and elk eat grass. They don't eat like ferns or anything or trees. Okay, let's see. New Day says, as a former forester in a former life, instead of going 5 times in 10 years, going once. Get the dead dying in the trees, expected to die, reduces the cost. Yeah. You have to sacrifice the healthy sacrifice the sick for the healthy to live. Yeah. Okay, so I hope that explains some things. Yeah, heat stress, yeah, drought. Thing about Paradise is you should have seen how bad it was. I showed up in late November. My brother's house was lost, and I went there to be there with my family. As you drove right here, I mean, this is where Paradise is. As you drove here on 99 and you look to the right, you're supposed to see the golden rolling hills, and then it starts to the ground steeply rises. This is quite a climb. You're supposed to see everywhere around here the oak savanna, the golden grass and the oaks, and they all look like it was a black wasteland. The Paradise Fire did cross 99 and tried to eat towns and eat the farmland. It would have just kept going, and they did chase it over and stopped it, and they stopped it from burning up Chico. But as I drove on 70 and 99, this was all a black wasteland, and I just thought all of the trees are dead. They just could not have survived that. I go a year later in the spring, all the grass is green because there was a green spring, winter, and the oaks were sprouting. The ones that they were still black as coal, but they had bright green little. They were growing back, and now you can't even tell. Their resiliency is astounding. But some of the people that live down here off 99 by Skyway, they had sometime in the past, the property owners, like maybe the early 20th century or late 1800s, got rid of their oaks and planted the damn eucalyptus. Eucalyptus caught on fire all around here, and on their property, it's probably right here. So, and that was a different story. Part of the property was burned up, and part of the homes buildings. I'm waiting for a new update because I don't think I have any cams on this new wrench fire. But I hope this gives hope to people that we can heal the land. Eucalyptus are just murdering the birds, the songbirds. They constantly use the sap to promote fires and to kill themselves with fire. And they slough off oily impregnated skin of a bark, constantly. And they drop paper-thin leaves that are long, kind of like rolling paper to make a cigarette. It's what they feel like when you touch them. They come off all the time. They form huge 2-foot piles of the sappy, oily, impregnated leaves at the base of every eucalyptus. That blows around in the wind into bigger piles, and God, you throw a match in there, and holy crap, it would be insane. We'll look back at the sunset until we get an update on that one, because we can't see it. Oh no, it went to black and white. Our sunset. Okay, well, I'm just rewinding a little bit. Enjoy the rest of our sunset here. So the eucalyptus, it uses sap and it attracts the bugs. In Australia, the birds evolved really long beaks to pluck the insects out of the sap, and that's a smorgasbord for them because the insects are stuck. It's like feast time, that's easy money. Okay, did we just get our update? Yeah, we did. Here it is. Okay, so for the ranch fire, Highway 41, Kings County. The fire's been revised to 20 acres, and the head of the fire has burned into a dirt road with 2 flanks remaining active. Potential still for about 50 acres per incident command. Okay, fingers crossed on that one. So North American songbirds, they can't resist the smorgasbord of the wriggling little insects in the sap. So they try to pluck out insects, and their beaks are not long enough, so they glue their beak shut. So whenever I was at my friend Angela's house in childhood, whenever I went over there to visit, her parents would try to get us to do the yard work and just rake some of the leaves up so they could burn them later for their eucalyptus. They had at least 10 trees and a horseshoe in their yard. They had one of those ranch homes where they didn't have livestock anymore, but they had like a small barn shelter in the back. And there was a C-shaped driveway, like a U. And so the eucalyptus formed like on either side of the driveway like a ring, and then there was a privacy kind of layer of them off the main highway of the road. The amount of leaves there, we would scoop them all up, they would burn them. This is only a dozen trees or so, and I'd come back a week later to visit my friend in childhood, and the same amount of leaves were there. They were 2.5 feet tall, and every time we raked them, there were dead bird carcasses everywhere. It just began to stink. Like you open the car door, and you would just smell it, like in their yard. The poor birds, eucalyptus really has to be banned in California because this is the great North American flyway. We should keep some of the majestic older ones, like in Sacramento's Park, but for everywhere else, it's just a gasoline tree ready to destroy homes like they contributed to the Oakland firestorm. Like they shouldn't be just backyard decorative trees because it causes billion-dollar disasters to worsen. And if we want songbirds to survive, we got to do something. So, yeah, New Day, very true. Native Americans did controlled burns, and so that's what I'm so happy to see up here. The Hoopa Reservation and the Klamath, those associated tribes that did so many prescribed fires up here. Finally, officials and white man is allowing them to go back to doing what has been going on for probably 20,000 years, taking care of the land by making sure fires burn off the duff frequently and fertilize, protect the forest. And it kills the seedlings that would, are kind of doomed anyway, that would grow up underneath the big old growth. And that's why old growth exists in the United States. It's so racist to think that old growth is there because mankind did not touch it. I'm sorry, excuse me. What the hell? What, the Indians are so stupid? They were always just helpless victims of their environment and didn't know how to apply fire, to make forests healthy. Okay, no, we need to protect them. Mankind's intervention is why we have trees older than Jesus and Bronze Age era trees. That's their spirits, their cathedrals, what they hold sacred. It's the habitat of that they take care of, and it takes care of them. It's how they ate. It's not agriculture. If you don't groom the landscape for maximum um, food and shelter for animals, the hunter-gatherers are screwed. We even now have evidence that Neanderthals are using fire to manage their landscape, and they disappeared 40,000 years ago. 40,000 years ago. It is not a new concept. Different human species have been doing it. Homo erectus was the first user of fire, and it's possible that they did that. So it's ultra racism when people say old growth forest just needs to be left alone, no roads, no development. It's immune to fire. It'll be fine. It lasted here thousands of years. It's only climate change that's a threat now. No, the Indians took care of it. I'm so happy they're being allowed to do their thing again, and I think we should hand over a lot of Sacred Grove type places to them because these idiots killed sentinels. Sentinel trees damaged by fuel burn. So the most ridiculous. They were named trees. Let's see. I can't dig up offhand the. What was it called? They were called the Brothers or the Sentinel trees. Named trees Sentinel killed by troll burn. It was a scandal. Like, no. They're twins, like kind of growing out the same trunk kind of thing. And so some good old-fashioned idiot said, let's light prescribed fire under these massive sequoias and killed them because there was so much dead stuff at their base, so killed them with the heat. One of them seems to be dead, the other might survive. But they're damaged and they're thousands of years old. Just, they lit it and they left. They did not do it right. And they did it when it was still the drought, right before the wet season arrived. They should have done it the next spring. Like, what the hell, you idiots? So I think they should be put in charge of their own sacred groves again, because there's an incentive for a horrible incentive at this unit that did it, right? Non-Indians. They may have wanted one of the trees to die in order to draw attention to the situation as a headline, and get a microphone for trying to tell people, oh, well, if we had only done prescribed fires throughout the years, this would have been okay. The load just caused them to die. That's kind of a horrible way to try to get attention to your that prescribed fire. That shocked many people into thinking they don't want that. That prescribed fire is stupid. Well, it's only stupid if a stupid person's in charge. So the Indians don't have any sort of motivation to potentially let a named tree die just bring international attention to the situation. They wouldn't do that. Their conflict of interest is not there. So I think it's time that we realize we've been very arrogant and sit down and listen. Teach us the old ways, that 20,000 plus, years of wisdom. Teach us. We should stop telling you what to do. Okay, more and more that is happening, especially in Northwest California, where fire crews abandon them all the time anyway, if they do have a big fire and something else more threatening. So let's go here. 3 hours. Okay, going back to the channel. I don't know if CPRO is back yet, but dinner time's either at 7:30 or 8, and I'm feeling better about this. It's only 40 minutes until a lot of red flag expires. Fingers crossed, though. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. I'm here. I'm here with you. I'm just babbling to fill the time now. There's not much to talk about, and I'm so glad there's not much to talk about. Okay. So John Sater says the diggers were the worst. Oh, the gray digger squirrels. They removed 11 below the house last year, all 2 foot, dicing up a 3-foot Douglas fir. Now firewood because of beetles. Oh god, yeah. Okay, yeah. New day. Thank you for pitching in your forester advice. We have a lot of now dying dead Douglas firs and even pines in Southwest Oregon that were heat scalded. Yeah. Yeah. And Michael Jones says harvesting fatwood from pine will give you an idea of how flammable it can be. The fatwood is full of the oily sap and it's super easy to light with a spark. Let's show people that. That's a good idea, that you can talk all day about how the fatwood and the stuff is flammable, but how to harvest fatwood. Maybe there's a short or something we can just see real quick. It is how you locate it is, remember, the sap of the tree is its defense. It's its immune system. This is why essential oils, which means basically concentrated plant saps, fight diseases just like in us, just like in trees. The plant immune system is this sap, and it tends to be flammable with trees. So whenever a limb dies lower down on the tree or whatever, the tree will push a whole bunch of its sap at that dead spot, because the limb will now be attacked by fungus. And the fungus will eat that dead limb, proliferate, and try to attack the living host. So it puts all its sap right where the limb died. So if you need to start a fire, especially in the rainy Pacific Northwest, to live, like survive, what you do is you go to trees and you look for the dead limbs that you can reach, or anywhere, and then you start hacking at it with your hatchet or maybe a knife and just make shavings. How to locate it and use it. Your chances of survival and actually being able to start a fire are increased so much. So the immune system of the tree starts a battle with the fungus, and it puts more sap there, more sap there, more sap there, until the threat's eliminated or whatnot. Eventually, the dead limb will fall off. But human beings can just snap off the dead limbs to help the tree, and it'll just kind of heal up a scab, kind of a knot, it'll be a knot, by just breaking it off. So as Indians and campers or whoever is wandering around the forest, if you make a camp and you snap off the dead limbs from the tree, you are increasing that tree's chance of survival, because if wildfire comes and it's burning the pine duff, off the ground and trees, and it reaches that dead limb with one end of it totally impregnated by sap, oh boy, the tree is in trouble. So you can have a nice fire, and the tree gets a benefit too. So let's see how if they just have a quick short on how to find it, or where to find and harvest. That's a video actually. That's 6 minutes long. There's a nice one that I just don't have it on speed dial. Yeah, what's fatwood? Okay, let's just watch it a second. Turn on the sound.
Terpene has collected.
Okay.
So what that is that's where a lot of terpene has collected. It's the resin real waxy, kind of oily and waxy. It collects down in the stump and goes down into the ground. And it also collects in areas of tree branches, kind of where the joint of the tree branch to the tree goes, it collects right there. And process this down into small pieces, put them in my different kits, and I always have a weatherproof fire starter.
Okay, so what you saw is how easily 2 sparks started that fire. This is why the Indians did this all the time. They minimized this. That's an incredible fire load right there. The stuff that's called heavy dead and down. You'll hear that the firefighters explaining that heavy dead and down is why this fire can't be extinguished and why it can't be contained and why it's a challenge and why it's this fierce and why did it make a huge pyrocumulus cloud? Because heavy dead, is like big fallen trees and whatnot, and it just burns like the dickens. So when you year after year, or at least every couple of years, just light in the calm coolness of like spring in the appropriate weather, when you maybe autumn keep this reduced, you could see how places like Angeles Oaks were saved easily, and that's their words, because the fire load wasn't that bad. They could handle a smaller fire load. If this stuff is right next to a road, like heavy dead and down trees and living dead standing up trees or heavy bushes, they can't hold the line. They can't stay on the road and keep the fire back, because the flames will get so big, so tall, wind hits it, a 6-foot tall flame becomes 6-foot horizontal flame. It will start trying to burn up the firefighters. So when they're strengthening their lines, they're getting rid of all this crap that they can. And this is why doing it year after year around your community will be protective. And it's also the way to fertilize. You go from having this, which is unhealthy in the forest, dead stuff on the ground, a fungal explosion. And remember, fungus attack trees. They're there to eat the dead and eat the living. They eat them dead, they eat them alive. They weaken trees, and then the beetles walk in, and drought stress, and that's it for the tree. So you've got this unhealthy stuff, dead stuff on the ground, especially by the roots of new trees, infects them, and it's a fire hazard. But you can turn it with a nice prescribed fire in an appropriate, intelligent way, when it's not red flag and it's not windy and it's not a drought. Okay, when it's kind of damp, you apply fire, and the Indians would turn that hazard into fertilizer. Ash is incredibly fertilizing, and so that will strengthen the health of the trees. You leave it alone, and you get a disaster. You get them. You get a disaster ready to happen. Okay, so sorry. Let me look back at chat. That's not quite the example I wanted. I want to show people where you can find it on a living tree at the base, like of where a dead limb is, and that was a really good explainer video that I had set up. But fatwood. Oh, here's a moment.
Number one.
This is it. Okay, please go to this channel and hit the like button. This is, I don't want to be stealing footage or whatever. This is just something I want to show to promote. This is a great explainer. You snap these off for your own firewood, and you're helping that tree survive. If it doesn't have a bunch of dead limbs, then a fire along the ground can't really climb the tree. It's called being a ladder. Bushes and dead limbs and sap that goes up the side of a tree is a ladder for the fire to climb into it and kill it. So even if you just take your hatchet, pocket knife, you see a sap cascade down the side of a tree, chop it off, help that tree out. So there's not a fire ladder. You ever see a torch of a tree where something just races up the tree up to the top, and it's a living tree? It maybe had a sap ladder, and the sap just dripping down the side. Yeah. Cat says peak fire containment has dropped back to 0 from 10. Really? Oh goodness. Yeah. I hope that helps you. To understand, Kathleen, They're miracle trees. That's why oaks are sacred around the world. I didn't mean to be like argumentative, like, oh, you're wrong, but I wanted to help you feel better. Oak trees are sacred because they are so useful to animals and mankind. The Celts had them sacred. All kinds of Indians hold them sacred. And you'll see in all kinds of art, oak leaves and oak acorns are even decorations for high rank in the military in many militaries. You'll see, God, I don't want to mention the Nazis, of course, but they just copied other militaries for that stuff. Even pre-Nazi, German oak leaves around the collar was like a high rank of a general. I think Rommel, who was not a Nazi, had oak leaf collar um, stuff. He was the guy who tried to kill Hitler, so he's a good German. World War II. He was in the bomb plot to assassinate Hitler. When it failed, Hitler found out about his involvement and made him kill himself. Sent a goon squad to his house. Ugh. But the because I want to say that, so if you type it right now, Google oak leaf military insignia, the Nazi stuff is probably going to come up. But trust me, just scroll past it. It's not something they invented. But it's some say the oak is the tree of life as well, mentioned in biblical times. And I don't know much about that, but it is it's man's best friend in a tree. So let's watch this real quick. He explains how to find sapwood, fatwood, and this is how you're going to live. If you're in the rainy Pacific Northwest and you have to start a fire and you can't, fatwood will fix you right up. Okay, so let's watch for just a second this little snippet.
It overloads the person, and they almost shut down over it. That they feel it's too complicated. They start to build up. So we're looking at branches where they insert to the trunk of the tree, or at the base of a down tree, towards the center is where you're going to find buildup of that resin, and that's really what the fatwood is just the resins that have settled into the wood. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, where do we find this in the woods? Because some individuals say, oh, I'm out all the time, I can't find it. So the best thing to do if you're new to this is go out and look for evergreen trees or pine trees, or if you want to say Christmas trees in a sense, somewhere in a forest that there's large evergreens. Go and just look for that, and that's going to be a great determination of an area that there's possibly fatwood in. And then from there, take your axe and do a little bit of chopping and cutting and see if you can find anything. So I have pine trees and evergreen trees all through this forest where I'm at right now. So what I'm going to do is look for something that's dead. I have a dead tree here, a dead tree there, and this is still a dead standing tree here. Okay, so again, I can't really get into the main trunk of this because it's just too big and thick, and I don't want to put the time into that, but I can get into these dead branches. So we're going to get the camera readjusted, and I'm going to chop into one of these branches, and we're going to take a quick look and see if we find any fatwood here. Okay, so here's what we got going on. We're looking at this dead standing tree. Again, that branch that I identified a second ago, and we're just going to cut down. The closer we can cut into this trunk, the better. We just want to be careful with this, guys. We want to make sure we're not cutting ourselves or injuring ourselves during this process. So I can tell you already, 2 chops in, that this is absolutely going to be an awesome piece of fatwood for sure. So I'm just going to take my time because, again, I want to get down on the inside if I can. Now look at that. You can see all that resin built up in there.
Wow.
Okay, so let's go over to one of our camps, process this, and I'll show you how you...
Wow, that would be so crazy if it was on fire. This is how you can help the tree, get that off the tree. Because any small, like 2-foot high fire on the leaves or the pine needles, once it hits that tree is, oh man. I hope he shows a demonstration of burning it. Once you get a stick like that, you just shave it. If it's raining, like, you got to shelter it, but you can start a fire with any little spark that hits it. And generally this can stay dry underneath the tree. You go deeper into the actual, like the thicker the branch, the center of it is going to be the driest. So you can do it. You need to do, you may not have tools for survival, but take your foot, lean it up against the tree and snap it in half. Try to get to the center of one of those branches to live. And I hope he likes it, and you'll see just how readily it takes. It's sold in stores. Like you go to Safeway, you go to the wax log section, you know, and you'll see the fatwood starters to get stoves and stuff going or campfires.
Process it further to make fire.
Yeah, and you can sell it too. Like you got a bunch of dead limbs in a backyard property or something. You're sitting on a gold mine, by the way.
So we don't need much more than an axe and a knife really to process this out. So really all I'm going to do is I'm going to start out by just giving that a little whack, splitting that open, probably with my fingers a little bit. And it's been pouring down rain here, so there's a little bit of moisture in that, but it's not going to hurt.
I just want to say his axe is awesome. Look at this piece of craftsmanship.
Anything at all, guys. It's really not. So this is what we're looking for. We're just looking for all that resin. It should, when we smell it, smell like turpentine. That's a good indicator that there's fatwood in there.
AKA pine sol. Oh, by the way, when I was saying that the plant's immune system is in the sap, pine sol is something that disinfects, and it's made out of pine turpentine, which is basically the resin stuff. So it kills germs. People don't realize that, yes, essential oils, but they're not new agey bullcrap. You don't drink them. That nothing will cure you from the inside out. Like if you have a fever, you don't drink it. It's not going to do anything. If you have a topical infection, like on your skin, and you can apply it topically, yes, it's more certain for certain infections like MRSA and staph. The best medicinal plants are frankincense, myrrh, and a couple of the other expensive ones. They have a higher percentage rate of destroying MRSA and staph, and they're pretty much the only choice you have during the bacterial resistant ones, those strains. It's just that too many people hype it up as like a giant cure-all miracle. Really, you have to put it on the wound or near it. But anyway, it's real. So turpentine, if you're wondering what that smells like, it smells like pine sol. That's basically what it is. And that's one of the oldest cleaners that are natural in the United States. Looks like I'm getting, we'll play a little bit more. I hope he likes it.
Now, Pennsylvania fatwood is nothing like Georgia, South Carolina type fatwood, even Florida. But what we want to do next is take the back of our knife that has a nice sharp spine on it, and we just want to start to create shavings off this. Now try to keep them in the location that you're scraping into if it was an emergency scenario. But for me, I'm not too worried about that right now. I have so much of this right here that this is going to weigh much fatwood. I'm going to probably double that amount. So I always take my ferro rod, give it one, just a starter stroke. And I say that, a lot of people always laugh when I say that, but we're really looking when we do this, not to get too much into ferro rod, to make ridges. So my first one's not going to be as efficient as my...
Just light it on fire. Okay.
Just with the first one. Not that one. Whoop.
There you go.
And there you go. So that's it. Finding fat wood for beginners all the way out to starting a fire. It's a very simple process. And you can see this is still burning, so this really lasts a long time. Really, to be honest with everybody, this is my go-to for the most part. I always carry fat wood around in my pack with me, and if I'm gonna start a fire, even just to make a cup of coffee, it's usually started with fat wood. You could take shavings from there to extend it out even further.
All right, so this is an awesome video. I'm gonna link it again. Please go and hit the like button because that's what's polite. Now that we've used this as a good demo video, and if you want to watch the whole thing, please do so. But it looks like that. Like that's how resin impregnated that stuff is. And that is how you're gonna survive in the woods. But it also, I want to just give an idea about how it's the piney trees that do this. Oak is not going to do this. I don't think I've ever heard of oak essential oil even existing. It's the resiny, piney fir stuff that looks like Christmas trees, like he's saying. And if you want to help the tree, snap those dead limbs off the base, take them away, and harvest fatwood and sell it because you wouldn't believe how expensive this stuff is. Was it Safeway fatwood? I'm going to look at the peak in a second. I see what you're saying, Spyman. I just looked at it. We've got 0% containment. Ugh. But you can just go to like an online grocery store and to see how much these little things of fatwood are. It's highway robbery. You can make a ton of money by taking little boxes, like from small Amazon purchases or something, like little small cardboard boxes. Fill it with fatwood, and it can weigh just like a quarter of a pound, even, or 8 pounds. And you can just put a pretty high price on it, sell it next to where people are selling firewood, headed to campgrounds. Easy money. Roadside easy money. Oh dear. All right. Peak fire lost its containment percentage. Down to 0. Oh dear. It's true. Thank you, Spyman, for pointing that out. I think it was you, Spyman, and somebody else too. I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you, Uday. That's good that you pat me on the head. If you're a member, you can use the Phoenix that pats me on the head. You're heading out for the night. Thank you, Husky, for being here until Red Flag expired too. You're awesome. Kate Garcia says, went to that channel. Wow, how cool is that? Learned something new. I'm learning this stuff too. This is news to me, as I've always heard of fatwood. I didn't know where it came from. I thought mankind created it. I thought that mankind, humans, soaked regular chopped up scrap wood from mills or something and soaked it in turpentine or something to create it. I didn't know you could just grab it. It's nature's gift. So the more we help nature, the more she helps us. So they provide, we harvest, don't take too much. And yeah. Michael Jones put a pat on the head. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Like I said, we're going to try to get you appreciated donors a membership too. And if we have to, we can make a private stream for just a few to be in at a time. And so that gifting a membership goes to the people who definitely deserve it, who are longtime donors, who you absolutely should be a member. So Sunday, I believe at noon, that's my tentative date. I will set up the stream for like a little mini party, and maybe my mom can participate. Maybe you can see her. She's a riot. And this is tentative, as best I can do for now. And we'll do the membership party, a thank you donors party, and a ask anything kind of thing. I wanted to launch channel memberships with a party. I just realized we're and new mods are coming on board if they still want to. And so we'll celebrate them, and we'll try to be as festive as possible. I don't know how long it could be, but I wanted everybody to have a chance to be, a first elite tier supporter. And if any of you have ever donated before, you are my elites, But your feather color begins. What I mean by elite is your feather color. I better explain that. If you don't see the join button on my channel, it's probably because you're on an iPhone or iPad. You have to open a browser like Safari and go to it. It's annoying as heck. But if you go to my channel, there should be a join button. Oh, I never get used to seeing myself. This join button explains the basics of what I have so far for the perks. So your feather color for the first time you join is going to be this pale green. A month later, it's going to turn into yellow, and then orange, and then a red, then a purple, and then you get to twin feather status, which is like a year and 2 years and whatever that is. So I want you to feel elite by starting the green feather along with the same time everybody else does. Because if you stay a member for $2 a month, then your feather colors change and you look more elite and more old school. And I want you to have that, all of you. And so as time goes by, your support is visually seen by people. And so everybody who has donated off is still YouTube taking 30%. Everybody who's donated Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, or otherwise, without the 30% cut, your support there is incredibly important. So no, I don't want you to miss out on your chance to have your feather color started right away. So this is what I can hope we can set up for folks. I can't take donation money and then gift the memberships. I don't think that's something that's allowed right now, because of their YouTube would match $1,000. It's supposed to be raised by other people, right? And even if people donated on PayPal and said, "Hey, make gift memberships," I don't want to get in trouble. I'm going to try to find out if I can do this. It might be the day after. Like I think this ends on the 15th of October. It might be the day after that I definitely could. So we'll discuss this and try to figure it out. It's a hard to understand program, but if you click on the different tiers, I can change some of these, and you can just tell me what you want to see. Oh, hang on a second. I want you guys to tell me what you want out of this. Hello.
Supper time.
Supper time. Okay. Looks like red flag's about to expire. I'll be right over. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. All right. We, knock on wood, don't have a fire crisis. So if you don't see the join button, though, it's because you're on iPhone or iPad, and you'll have to open a browser like Safari, Chrome, or something, type in YouTube, and go there. But that's how you join. And so far, man, I'm blown away by your generosity, guys. The fundraiser, we're beyond halfway at this point. It will update later, but I bet we're about 500, maybe now. I think after today's gift membership hype train, which Spyman and Michael Jones and others keep doing. So this is exciting. People have been asking about it for a long time, but I was reluctant. I'm like, not another thing where YouTube takes 30%. But hey, if YouTube wants to promote this, I will absolutely check out their program with that generosity. YouTube has alienated a lot of us streamers with really bad policy choices and things that just kind of screw us. This is a step in the right direction, especially with the new easier to mod tools that we have. So, hey, maybe YouTube will survive, right? They're losing a lot to TikTok, but maybe they'll survive. Now here, the peak, excuse me. The line fire, I'm not worried about whatsoever, friends. I think even though there's heat down there, I think they've done a great job. And so we'll wait for their next week community meeting on Saturday or whatnot. It's not my present concern. This is terrifying me, the peak. So Godspeed. Our firefighters, they need to get this contained as fast as they can, because Santa Ana wind season is here. Diablo wind season is here. And that is a disaster cake in the oven ready to bake. Has all the makings of a disaster, just add wind. So it's been completed. It's got excessive fuel load. Haven't had fire here in decades. Fully grown mature trees, 1/4 of them are dead. High elevation. We got canyons and that split just to the southwest of it, so it could reach that split and then it could go into different ones and fan out. The canyons are wind tunnels when Santa Ana's and whatnot blow. Got communities downstream, downwind. Just add Santa Ana's or Diablo winds, and you have got a disaster. So it's a race against time while the winds are pretty mild to really get several lines of black around it, contingency, and or just try to prescribe, burn, or whatever it is they've got to do to make us safe here. I was hoping they'd just take down the dead trees, but who knows. But thank you guys for being here. I think we should just stop the stream because red flag's just about to expire. I'll restart if there's some sort of a crisis. So guys who have my phone number and whatnot, go ahead and text me. If something happens tonight, I just can't imagine right now that there's a huge threat. But of course, anything could happen. I'll be awake for a couple more hours. But man, Spyman, Michael Jones, and everybody who's donated, especially one of the biggest donations ever by Shirley McMack. Yes, I will get a proper desk, don't you worry. Really have renewed my spirit today. I was so touched. I hope everybody stays around. Bob, I love you too. And you guys have the right to ask questions about things. I hope you're not. I hope you're not feeling bad in any way. Of course. Hey, I gotta leave. Okay, David. C-Probe sees that I'm still streaming, and he's upset. Time to go over for dinner. So thank you, friends. Good night. Hit the like button if you forgot. Put on your calendar maybe Sunday at noon. That's a tentative date for us to be more festive. I hope that can occur. And thank you everyone for being here. Everyone who's shared. The best way to help the stream is free. The best way to help is share and spread the word. Just hit the share button, copy and paste a link, and text it to the people who are not tech savvy, who the people in the mountains. Most of who we serve is above the age of 62, and many above the age of 65. So please let them know we exist and walk them through how to tune in. I love you all so much. We'll make it now. We'll make it. And let's see. Did I forget anything? Yes. And just stay calm. Stay calm. It's one day at a time. Every day that goes by, we're headed towards the wet season, and then we'll breathe that gigantic sigh of relief. And hopefully we don't have any crazy stuff going on in December and January, but one day at a time, friends. Applesauce for dessert. Yes, it is. So thank you, friends. Thank you for being here. Thank you, mods, old, new, and former, and alike. Thank you so much, Spyman, for your hype train and excessive generosity helping others to become members. And we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow, because if you see me again tonight, something horrible is happening. Right? So thank you, friends. Time to eat, and I will rest. Hey, David Dillon, I'm sorry. My email is busted right now. I've tried to email you yesterday. There's been a 24-hour mess up that's going on. I should have gotten in touch with you much sooner. So you've been gone and busy with kids. Okay, so I don't feel too bad. But yes, David, I was just trying to email you. If email doesn't come back online tonight, then I'll create a new one for friends, for you guys. So I'm trying to respond. But thank you. Good night, and of course, stay safe.